powerfully about his experience, it proved impossible to come to terms with the immensity of his loss. Today we also mark the 30th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide against the Tutsis. Tutsis, who had survived the 100 days of slaughter in 1995, had to rebuild their lives. Many returned to communities where their attackers still lived, and in some cases as close as neighbours. Returning home, they searched for missing relatives, only to find strangers living in their houses, their communities in ruins, and reminders of their families and friends who had been brutally murdered. Liberation meant physical freedom for many, but it also brought home enormous loss for which many survivors have never recovered. Last week, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust hosted an annual Holocaust Memorial Day at the Guildhall. It brought home to me how privileged we are to hear firsthand from witnesses to the Holocaust and from witnesses to subsequent genocides in Cambodia, Srebrenica, Rwanda and Darfur. Sadly, the number of first-hand witnesses to the Holocaust decreases every year. The government remains committed to the creation of the new National Memorial, and we're pleased that MPs overwhelmingly supported the Holocaust Memorial Bill. The bill, if enacted, will remove a statutory obstacle that has prevented the building of a new memorial and learning centre in Victoria Tower Gardens. Our aim is that the completion of that memorial should be witnessed by Holocaust survivors. In March, the UK assumes an important mantle, the presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. We will use this opportunity to explore the circumstances that led to the Holocaust and to highlight the nature of a society that allowed mass murder in plain sight. We'll also use the opportunity to reflect on the use of artificial insemination in Holocaust distortion. I would like to pay tribute to the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, to their CEO, Olivia Marks-Waldman, OBE, and her team, who deliver the annual Holocaust Memorial Day ceremony and thousands of local activities across the country. Similarly, I'd also like to thank the CEO of the Holocaust Educational Trust, Karen Porrock, CBE, who works tirelessly to ensure that the next generation learn of the unspeakable horrors of the Holocaust and can visit Auschwitz-Birkenau as part of a very successful Lessons from Auschwitz programme. My Lords, I look forward to your reflections this morning, and my thoughts and my prayers, as always, are with the victims, the survivors and their families, and I beg to move.
The question is this motion be agreed to. My Lords, I find this an emotional day for me. And I welcome the comments made, the very interesting and important and solemn introduction that was given to this debate. And I agree with every word that was said. My Lords, it is possibly appropriate just to reflect on the film that has come out recently about Nicky Winton, the person who saved 669 Kindertransport children. Difficult. From the Holocaust. And it was a film which drove me to tears. I'm sorry, my Lords, I find this a very difficult case. And I watched the film and I thought the actor who played Nicky Winton got his part perfectly. It was a very emotional film, and I was asked to write a review of it, and I found it difficult to judge it other than in terms of the emotions that it of course generated. But here was a person who decided that when there was a serious issue that required something should be done about it, he actually did it. He didn't walk away having said it was awful. He said he would do it, and he saved a lot of lives. And of course many other lives were saved by Kindertransport children who came from Germany and Austria and some from Poland. And 10,000 of them were accepted by this country. And your lordships will know that there is a plaque off the central lobby commemorating the event and thanking the people of Britain for having given us safety. And I think it's worth having a look at that plaque if you haven't already seen it. My lords, I spent the first 3 days of this week in Berlin because of events to do with Kindertransport and Holocaust Memorial Day. And I'd just like to say a little bit about it because probably this is not so well known in this country. The events were supported by both our ambassador to Berlin as well as Germany's ambassador to London. And there were two features of the event. One is an exhibition in the Bundestag called Auf Wiedersehen. And that was an exhibition commemorating certain Kindertransport children that were well documented, very poignant, and some letters written by them to their parents before the war started, and also letters written their parents to them. A very powerful exhibition, and I commend it to the House authorities. We should move that exhibition here to London and show it here. It's a real eye-opener as to what happened and how it brings back the memory, because it's not just a matter of 6 million people who died in the Holocaust. Everyone was an individual, and what this exhibition does is it shows exactly what these individuals went through. My lords, there was also a memorial event at the Reichstag, to which I was invited along with Hella Pick, another Kindertransport person, and we saw a very solemn event indeed. And the president of the Reichstag made several speeches during the time I was there, a very powerful speech, drawing attention to what had happened and the tragedies of the Holocaust and the number of people who were exterminated in the camps and so on. And I'd like to say this, that Germany has come to terms with its past in a most commendable way. For the Reichstag to have an event like this and to have speeches, there were 2 concentration camp survivors who were speaking. And they had powerful testimony to what had happened to them. And I think to see this done in Germany, to me, was a very powerful symbol of a country that was determined to understand its past, atone for its past, and reflect on its past and the lessons that the past meant for the present time. And I think we should be aware that Germany has done this. Mostly in this country, we don't think of German efforts as regards Holocaust Memorial Day, and I think I don't mind repeating that I think we should pay a tribute to the Germans for the way they have come to terms with it. I join in the tributes to the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust. I had a candle in my window on the last week on the appropriate day, as advised by them, and the work they do every year to commemorate. And of course the Holocaust Education Trust, and I would also add the Anna Frank Trust, all of whom again help to remember a very solemn day and make sure that we learn the lessons of the past as best we can. And unfortunately, as we look at the world today, we're not learning lessons very quickly. We could learn them much better. My lords, there has been a deplorable, regrettable, appalling outburst of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in this country. And indeed, the Germans will say it's the same in their country. And I think we need to work out better ways of actually commemorating the event and making sure that Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are swept away as best we can. I've had, I think all of us in public life have had a certain number of abusive messages and things, not just this week, but over a period of time. I won't repeat some of them because it just encourages people to do more of that sort of thing. But some of them were well, not very nice. My lords, finally, can I say this, just to start to end this up on a brighter note? Just before the pandemic, I was invited to talk about the Holocaust and Kindertransport at a school in Tar Hamlets. A maintained school, but a school which I think was pretty well all Muslim boys. And their project was Holocaust and Kindertransport. 300 or 400 boys. First question by a Muslim boy: what do I say to people who deny the Holocaust ever happened? How do I deal with it? I thought that was a terrific question to come from a Muslim boy in Tower Hamlets. I thought it's terrific. It's a sign the school is doing a good job, and it's a sign that if that sort of education can spread from our schools, we'll go quite a long way towards tackling both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
Yeah. My Lords, I very much welcome today's debate and thank the noble lady, the Minister Baroness Scott of Bybrook, for opening it. I am honoured to take part. I also very much applaud the remarks of the noble Lord Dobbs. I will, if I may, come back to a mention of him. The briefings from the Holocaust Education Trust and of an organisation which I admit is new to me called Protection Approaches have been most valuable. The work of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust in organising the remembrance events on and around January the 27th is also much appreciated, as is that of the Antisemitism Trust, which ran a recent oral briefing I was grateful to participate in, at the Community Security Trust and the Board of Deputies. I want to start by commenting on the appalling and frightening treatment to which Conservative MP Mike Freer has been subjected, such as he intends to quit politics, remembering, of course, that 2 MPs have been murdered in the last few years. I send him my support and best wishes. Like me, he is not Jewish, but his support for Israel and the fact that he represents Finchley and Golders Green with its substantial Jewish population have led at least some of his attackers to assume that he is, and in one case to call him a Jewish pig. This is a clear example not only of where hatred of Israel and of Jews as a people morph into one, but of the fact that we are all truly in this together. Not for nothing is this year's chosen theme, an inspired theme, I think, of Holocaust remembrance, the fragility of freedom, but we can see it right there in the experience of Mike Freer, and indeed of others, and I so much regret that noble Lord Dobbs is getting abuse as well. And by the fact that the horrendous, brutal mass atrocities of October the 7th, perpetrated by Hamas, largely on Jews, celebrated in some quarters as acts of resistance, have been followed by an explosion in incidents of anti-Semitism across the globe, including, sadly, in this country, and also of incidents of Islamophobia. We think at this time of the 1,200 murdered on October the 7th and of the 130 hostages still held by Hamas in Gaza. As my colleague Alistair Carmichael MP told the other place, quote, when I read stories, or when I read stories about a restaurant opening in Jordan called October the 7th, frankly, I despair. It is something that has to be called out and dealt with wherever it happens. I am affected, I am ashamed by such expressions of hatred, and I, like others, must stand up and be counted. As the poet John Donne wrote, no man is an island entire of itself. Each man's death diminishes me, for I am involved in mankind. Therefore send not to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. In opening the Holocaust Memorial Day debate last week in the other place, Dame Margaret Hodge recalled how her grandfather came to England in March 1939, was classified originally as an enemy alien and sent to Liverpool to live in unsanitary conditions. Jews housed with German Nazis. A few days after he arrived, Dame Margaret's grandfather commented, because of the lack of language skills, very lonely, depressed, cannot memorise, miserable pronunciation, living like a recluse. And even 6 months later, he said that those who stayed in Vienna, quote, may have saved themselves from all the horrors and all the difficulties of emigrating. His freedom was indeed fragile, and those remarks cause us to reflect on our treatment of refugees today, our attitudes towards their undoubted courageous struggles, and dehumanising language used against them. The noble Lord Dobbs, whose emotions today are so understandable, has done as much as anyone in this House, or indeed this Parliament, for the cause of refugees, especially child ones, of which, of course, he was one. He was reported in the Guardian newspaper to have been very relieved at the demonstrations across Germany against the far-right AfD party, saying, "It is a good sign that people are demonstrating and saying that this was not their sort of Germany." And that reflects some of the remarks he made earlier. I strongly support his suggestion of bringing the Berlin Bundestag exhibition to London, perhaps even to this house. Holocaust survivor Lily Ebert has inspired much admiration over the years, and her great-grandson Dov Foreman has picked up her mantle. As he tweeted recently, "It has been alarming to see attempts to erase the specific Jewish identity of the Holocaust victims. The Holocaust wasn't just a human tragedy, it was a targeted genocide of 6 million Jews. Families were obliterated solely for being Jewish." And he went on, "It's crucial to remember the Holocaust for what it was, a systematic state-sponsored pursuit to annihilate every Jewish man, woman and child. This was the racist core of Nazi ideology, a belief in a racial struggle that justified the total destruction of the Jewish people. To honour the victims, we must speak the truth of their identity." So as we recall and commemorate other Nazi victims, such as Roma, gay men, disabled people and political opponents, and other genocides and horrors, such as in Darfur, Bosnia, Rwanda, Cambodia and the Rohingya, we must not lose sight of the specific nature and intent of the Shoah. This is not the time to enter the controversy about the siting of the Holocaust National Memorial and Learning Centre, but I very much welcome the prospect of such a memorial and centre wherever located. It must provoke action as well as the reflection on the vow of never again. Dov Foreman also commented on how this dark chapter in history wasn't only about mass murder. It was the destruction of a rich Jewish culture and civilization that had thrived for thousands of years. To remember the Holocaust is to acknowledge both the Jewish lives and the Jewish life that was lost. When I visit Holocaust or Jewish museums, as recently in Prague, or when last year I revisited Yad Vashem, I linger over photos of people and families going about their business, living increasingly integrated lives in the European countries as they were in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and then realising with a shock how fragile that apparent normality turned out to be because of hatred of who Jews are, pure and simple. Antisemitism in Europe has a very long history of routine, ingrained intolerance, discrimination and second-class treatment, and then growing into persecution, expulsion and pogroms. But the speed and the ease of the rise of Adolf Hitler, his thugs and his twisted ideology of hate is of another dimension altogether. And what is deeply frightening and instructive is how all too much of society enabled it, or at least did not resist. I spoke earlier of the NGO protection approaches. They make a strong case for an atrocity prevention strategy to combine vigilance against incipient hatred with action to prevent genocide and crimes against humanity and to end the impunity for it. They refer to the 2022 report from the International Development Select Committee entitled From Srebrenica to a Safer Tomorrow, Preventing Mass Atrocities Around the World, on how the UK can show global leadership in this regard. I don't know if the Noble Lady, the Minister, can say anything in her closing remarks about how our government can and is doing on that score to prevent what she, I think, called mass murder in plain sight. Finally, it is up to all of us to speak up, to raise the alarm, to hold perpetrators accountable and to seek justice. The fragility of freedom means that it can slip away bit by bit unless we are all eternally vigilant and resolute.
Well done. In her essay, The Future of Auschwitz, the philosopher Gillian Rose's radical challenge to those of us who are not Jewish is this: not only to identify in infinite pain with the victims, but to engage in intense self-questioning. Could I have done this? How easily could we have allowed this to be carried out? So Holocaust remembrance means holding two truths in tension: that the Shoah was a unique rupture in human history, but that the virus of exterminationist racism lives on. It lives on in the Hamas murderer from Gaza who phoned his proud parents on October the 7th to celebrate, "Your son killed Jews. I swear, 10 with my own hands, mother. Open WhatsApp on your phone and see the dead." It lives on when a young Israeli at a music festival that day has to hide in the woods to escape certain death, just as his great-grandfather did 8 decades earlier, en route to a concentration camp. And it lives on in Kfar Azar and Sderot, where I've seen with my own eyes the atrocities and death, the hand grenades and knives meted out to babies and mothers and grandmothers. These crimes pierced the world's post-Holocaust covenant of a safe national homeland for the Jewish people. In doing so, they confirmed its necessity. Because October the 7th and its aftermath has brought a terrible clarity that there are still those who seek the annihilation of Jews. Their threats are not polemic, they are fact. They are not only word, but deed. If they could have murdered more, they would. We have been reminded, in the most brutal way, that appeasing evil does not lead to a just and lasting peace. So taking Holocaust remembrance seriously means seeing the world as it is and acting to prevent and stop further genocides. The Holocaust was a unique tragedy for the Jewish people, but in Avishai Margolit's telling, it was also, quote, a direct onslaught on the very idea of shared humanity. Today, we affirm our shared humanity, one in which, as the Talmud says, whoever saves a single life is considered as if he saved an entire world, and one in which the Quran, in remarkably similar terms, says, whoever saves a life, it is as though he had saved the lives of all.
My Lords, I draw attention to my entry in the Register of Interest, particularly those relating to Holocaust remembrance. It's a particularly fine speech to follow, and I have to say all the speeches have been really good today. Lord Dubs talked about the exhibition at the Bundestag, and perhaps if I could give notice, it's my intention, his intention, to bring that exhibition to these parliaments. By joining with Lord Dubs, I hope I make up for the appalling reference I made to him the other day when I described him as the very epitome of a dapper English gentleman. I'd like to thank the usual channels for arranging this debate, and I hope it will be a regular feature of Holocaust Memorial Week, like the long-established one in the other place. I'd also like to thank the Lord Speaker for organising, in conjunction with the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, a thoughtful discussion on the nature of genocide last week. I would join in our thanks to Karen Pollock and her excellent work in the Holocaust Education Trust, and to Olivia Marks-Woodman of the HMDT for organising so much in a very difficult year. 5,000 different organisations putting together local events, 3,000 buildings lit up, including the Blackpool Tower and London Eye, thousands of candles in people's windows, and 6 million digital candles in billboards across the United Kingdom. I'm also grateful for the commitment given by the government, by the Leader of the Opposition, by the Liberal Democrats and by the Scottish National Party, their commitment to the building of a memorial to the Holocaust and a learning centre next to Parliament in Victoria Tower Gardens. We'll soon have an opportunity to debate this long overdue measure, and I look forward to debating it with some vigour. Though I am mindful of the very wide words of Sir Peter Bottomley, the father of the House of Commons, when he said that perhaps this debate wasn't an appropriate one to spend much time on that, and that we should concentrate on the Holocaust. I took over the post of the Holocaust envoy in 2015. In that time, I've visited many death camps in Europe. I've had the opportunity of listening to very distinguished historians, and I've met many survivors. But there's one thing I've never entirely understood, something I've never been able to get my mind around. Why didn't we do something about Hitler? When it was there, when it was plain, the nature of what was happening in Nazi Germany and the death camps were known to the authorities within the United Kingdom many years before the liberation. And even at the time when we decided to announce that they were occurring, we underestimated the number of people who'd been killed at that point by 1 million. But by midday, on the 7th of October, I knew exactly why we did nothing. Because before Israel had an opportunity to get much of a defense, before Israel did anything in Gaza, there were people dancing in the streets throughout the world, and to our eternal shame in the United Kingdom, celebrating the murder of children. And I came to the conclusion that the world is very happy to bow its head once a year in remembrance of long-dead Jews, but is indifferent to the fate of living Jews and is hostile to the thought that Jews might defend themselves. Even when the full extent of the horrors that Hamas committed, and many members will have seen the film, and many members will have heard testimony this week. Many of the Me Too campaigners and the campaigners against female genital mutilation turned a blind eye to Israeli suffering. We were asked to consider these mutilations in context. Have we really become a country in which parents are advised not to send their children to Jewish schools in school uniform, where Jewish students are reluctant to wear a kippah on campus, where travellers are advised not to wear a Star of David on the tube, where Hebrew-speaking tourists are assaulted on London streets, or where a decent, hard-working MP is hounded out of office by standing up for his Jewish constituencies. The very nature of liberal democracy is at risk. So I hope we won't hear any statements in future from university vice-chancellors, from police commissioners or for politicians about having a zero tolerance to anti-Semitism. Because it's clearly not the case. It's a lie. Casual anti-Semitism is widespread in modern Britain. And you only need to look every Saturday to see those useful idiots marching alongside Jew-hating anti-Semites, giving them credibility and credence, and inadvertently encouraging them on to even greater depravity. So before Israel had a chance to defend itself, even while the crowds in major cities were dancing with glee at the murder of children, the twin pillars of denial and distortion were working to form an alternate reality, a distorted truth. The terms genocide is habitually misused and distorted. My noble friend, the minister, read out the definition, so I won't repeat it. But from their mouths, Hamas are condemned. United States President Joe Biden summed it up well when he said Hamas's goal has always been to annihilate Israel and to murder Jews. The South African attempt to subvert the meaning of genocide at the ICJ and to use it against Israel is a distortion of the truth. For the victims To be guilty of the crimes committed by the perpetrators is a perversion of reality. The Foreign Secretary is correct when he says that he takes the view that Israel is acting in self-defense after the appalling attack of the 7th of October, and to say Israel has the intent to commit genocide, I think, is a nonsense. Denial is the first stage of genocide. That process was truncated in the October programme. I participated in an interview on LBC with an imam from East London who laughingly told me a few days after the massacre and to the listeners that no children had been murdered by Hamas. Queen's College Muslim Association went one step further by saying there's a great deal of video evidence that Hamas deliberately avoided targeting women and children. Denial and distortion are formidable obstacles to the truth when there are plenty of eyewitnesses about. Consider their potency when the number of survivors who witnessed the Holocaust are diminishing. That is why the presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, which the UK begins this month, will strengthen the coalition that rebuts denial and distortion. One of the first events will be a gathering of experts to examine the possibility and pitfalls of artificial intelligence on the digital records of the Holocaust. The last 15 years have focused on gathering testimony from survivors, many from people who experienced the Holocaust as children. A great effort has gone into digitising records. The amount and the depth of the material is impressive. The worry is that the very strength of this evidence might be our Achilles heel. We live in an era of seeing is not believing. Images and testimony are vulnerable. History is up for grabs. The consequences of cheap, widespread fakery are already with us. Holocaust survivors were recently distressed by a photograph of the then Home Secretary laughing at the gates of Auschwitz. It was a Photoshop. It was not a very good fake, but it was good enough to cause hurt. Misleading words might be put into the mouths of survivors, mimicking their voices and trivialising the Holocaust. The food might have been a bit bland, but there was plenty of it. On Sundays, we used to play football with our SS guards. Tuesday night was bridge night. The fake recording of Sir Keir Starmer shouting at staff is a harbinger of what is to come on the road to a zero-trust society. AI will enable Jew haters to identify and to target anti-Semites with a precision previously not thought possible, an echo chamber of bigotry that encourages deeper hatred. Our presidential year will bring perpetrators of violence and the conditions that caused the Holocaust more into focus. Our theme this year is in plain sight. It comes from something profound that my friend and Holocaust survivor Ivor Pearl said to me on a visit to Auschwitz. We first met on the March of the Living, an annual event taking place in Poland. People attend from all over the world. There are people of all ages and backgrounds. Plenty of enthusiastic youngsters about, which makes it a more uplifting experience than I would have expected. Gradually working our way through Poland, we arrived at the end of the march at Auschwitz. Now, I'm on the international committee supervising the preservation of the Nazi concentration camp, and consequently I'm a regular visitor. While I've visited the camp since he was a prisoner there, it had been some time. We stood as a group on the separation ramp where families were torn apart. Ivor movingly describes this moment in his memoir, Chicken Soup Under the Tree. For the first and only time that week, Ivor looked vulnerable. And I went up to him and said, possibly the world's most stupid thing, which was, "Are you all right, Ivan?" He firmly gripped my wrist and he said, "Listen, Eric, don't believe all that crap about the birds never sing in Auschwitz. It was a day like this when we first came here. A warm, sunny day, blue skies with cotton wool clouds. Birds were singing and butterflies were fluttering between the lines. The Holocaust did not happen in the dark corners hidden away. The Holocaust happened in broad daylight, in plain sight, with the whole world watching. We will anchor historic memory with a schools project across member countries addressing what happened in the Second World War in their hometowns. The best projects will be presented to a special youth conference in London later this year. The 80th anniversary of the Camps of Liberation will be explored in short clips on social media in 80 objects. Countering Antisemitism in sport will be launched in Scotland in the summer. Our legacy project will be a data portal that unites and combines testimony and digital records from around the world. It will be easier to find out the truth of the Holocaust. In conclusion, my lords, today the words "never again" ring hollow and false. We've work to do. Let people of goodwill work together to make the UK a beacon of hope and tolerance. We will have succeeded only when we can say "never again" in our hearts as well as our mouths. I hope better times will come.
Yeah. My Lords, it is a privilege to follow Lord Pickles and Lord Dobbs. May I refer your Lordship's House to my register of interest, not least my roles with the Antisemitism Policy Trust and Hope Not Hate. My Lords, I wish to focus my thoughts today on the importance of bearing witness to evil and the onus on all of us to make sure that the truth lives on. My family arrived in the UK in the 1880s, fleeing the pogroms of Tsarist Russia. My ancestors fled state-sanctioned violence and arrived here in the hope for a better and safer life. Little did they realise that their very choice of final destination was to guarantee the survival of my family. Of those that chose to remain in Poland, Ukraine and Belarus, as far as we know, not one survived the Shoah. For my family, anti-Jewish hatred isn't an academic exercise. It is formative to my understanding of my place in the world. Like many in your Lordship's House, these two events, the pogroms and the Shoah, have shaped not just my existence, but also my worldview. My family knows only too well where hate can lead, and the importance of security and freedom. We also know the value of truth and the danger of misinformation, distortion and propaganda, which is why bearing witness to horror and evil is so important. It is why people's stories, as horrendous as some of the details are, need to be heard, repeated, shared and remembered, not just on Holocaust Memorial Day, but always. The facts of history are often too easily forgotten. The sheer scale of the Holocaust and of the genocides which have followed in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur enable us to remember the facts and the statistics, but can allow us to ignore or forget the impact on people, on families and on communities. People's stories, their experiences, their pain and survival, those are the things which touch our hearts and ensure we remember where hate and division can lead. Personal testimony also allows us to directly counter propaganda, lies and distortion about some of the greatest crimes the planet has ever seen. This principle was something that your Lordship's House recognised as soon as the first concentration camps were liberated in 1945. Within days of the liberation of Birkenwald, in April 1945, our Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, asked a delegation of parliamentarians from both houses to travel to the camp to see firsthand the horrors and to bear witness on behalf of our Parliament and our country. 2 members of your Lordship's House attended on our behalf, Earl Stanhope and Lord Addison. Their experiences were published as the report of a parliamentary delegation by the Prime Minister. My Lords, I consider myself quite political and generally better informed than most on matters related to the Holocaust, but I did not know of this report or delegation until a few years ago. Just before the pandemic, Lady Golding, a fellow resident of North Staffordshire, gave me some of her parliamentary papers, which she thought may be of interest. When I started to go through the box, I realised they weren't just her papers, but included some of her father's, who had been the MP for Caerphilly, including during the war. Ness Edwards was one of the 10 members of the delegation to travel to Buchenwald. Lady Golding unfortunately cannot be with us today, but I wish to share with you the words she used when discussing her father and his experiences during a debate in the other place. My father was a member of that delegation. His name was Ness Edwards. He was the honourable member for Caerphilly for 29 years. I remember him telling me about the horrors of what went on in that camp. They are engraved forever on my mind and heart. There has been much talk tonight about the passage of time. I was but a child on the day when I opened the door to my father on his return. He stood there, grey and drawn, and said, "Do not touch me. I am covered with lice." Everyone in the camps is covered with lice. We have been deloused many times, but I'm still covered with lice. He could not sleep for many weeks, and he had nightmares for many years. My father spoke to me and to my brothers and sisters about what he had seen in the camp. He told us of the hanging gibbets. Human beings were put on hooks and hung from under their chins until they died. He told us the people in charge of the camp rather liked tattoos, and they skinned people and used their skins to make lampshades. They discovered that when people die, their skin is given to shrinking too quickly, so they tried skinning them alive. My father showed me photos of piles of bodies on carts. 3 weeks after liberation, the Allies had not had time to remove them all. He showed me photographs of men in thin clothes, photographs of skeletons, and photographs of men with haunted eyes. I will always remember the look in those men's eyes, the look of their utter bewilderment and incomprehension. They had been starved and beaten, yet their spirit was still there. My Lord, Ness and the 9 other representatives of our Parliament did us a huge service by travelling to bear witness. The final paragraph of their report states, "In preparing this report, we have endeavoured to write with restraint and objectivity, and to avoid obtruding personal reactions or emotional comments. We would conclude, however, by stating that it is our considered and unanimous opinion on the evidence available to us that a policy of steady starvation and inhumane brutality was carried out at Buchenwald for a very long period of time, and that such camps as this mark the lowest point of degradation to which humanity has yet descended. The memory of what we saw and heard at Buchenwald will ineffably haunt us for many years." In recent months, I've thought often of the parliamentarian who chose to travel to the camps to bear witness, who determined that reading testimony and watching Pathé News wasn't enough, who decided that they needed to be able to personally share their experiences of hell and with our Parliament, the government, and with future generations. It was in this spirit that I chose to go to Israel last month with Labour Friends of Israel on a solidarity mission, to visit the site of yet another pogrom, to meet the survivors, to meet the hostage families, to see for myself the devastation, to be able to bear witness for the next generation. My Lords, the history of the Jewish community has been filled with too many chapters of pain and death. We are a very resilient community, that the human cost we have paid for our very existence is far, far too high. My generation was meant to read about the persecution of Jews in history books, pogroms, death, torture, systematic killing, anti-Jewish propaganda. That was for my grandparents' generation. I was meant to live in an enlightened world where humanity and human rights are protected and cherished. I honestly believe that I would never be speaking about a modern-day pogrom, and yet that is what happened on October 7th in southern Israel. I am still struggling to process everything I saw, and I could spend the next hour telling you, Your Lordship's House, about the horrors I saw and the survivors I met. I won't, but I do want to share one story with you. The experiences of a young woman who I met only weeks ago. In Tel Aviv, the survivors of the massacre of the Nova Music Festival have claimed a space and filled it with the remnants of the festival. A young woman who had survived the massacre joined us as we saw the burnt-out cars, the festival toilets riddled with gun holes, the drinks fridges where people hid from terrorists. She told us of the horrors that had happened at each part of the festival, of the young disabled girl who was burnt alive with her father, of the people killed while hiding in toilets, of the running, of the rapes, of the shooting, of the brutality. They have recreated the lost property area at the festival. My lords, it is reminiscent of visiting Canada at Auschwitz. Every item left behind in the lost property is now evidence of someone who died, who has not been able to return to claim their property. On screens throughout the venue, there were recordings of the party taken before the massacre, young people dancing and enjoying themselves before hell was unleashed. The images of their laughter and joy are burnt into my memory because so few of them have survived. Nova was a trance music festival. I didn't even know what trance was, but apparently Israel leads the world in trance music DJs. As we toured the exhibition, we listened to their music. I had to stop when one of the songs was a trance version of the Hatikva, as I stood in the remnants of a massacre. Our guide told us not just of her personal trauma on October 7th and how her life was saved because her boyfriend made them flee 5 minutes before everyone else, but also what happened to her in the hours and days that followed. She spoke of watching on a video call her best friend running for her life, desperately trying to get away from the terrorists, and the moment of complete horror as she heard a shot and the call ended. She told me how she struggled to get hold of her friends as the day progressed, her fear of not knowing who was alive and who was dead, as she hid in the house on the edge of the festival, not knowing if the terrorists were going to find them next. She explained that in the days that followed, she had to choose which funerals to go to. She had lost 20 friends. Her boyfriend had lost 45. There were too many funerals. She could not attend them all. She could not say goodbye. My lords, her story is one of thousands that happened on October 7th. But already people are trying to downplay the attacks, to distort the facts, to claim lies and smears. It is our job to make sure that people really know what happened. As I finish, I just want to touch on the anti-Jewish and anti-Muslim hate which has followed on our streets since October 7th. There has not been a day that's gone past when members of our community are not scared. I am therefore so grateful to CST and their extensive network of volunteers who are doing everything they can to try and keep us safe when others are trying to hurt us. My lords, there cannot be any room for bad faith actors who want to make political gain by exploiting the fear of those touched by October 7th and the awful war that has followed in Gaza. Together, we must resist the efforts to divide us. As Holocaust Memorial Day has reminded us this year, our freedoms are all too fragile, and there is a responsibility on all of us to do everything we can to protect and cherish them. The work of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust do extraordinary work of reminding us where this hate can lead. But the onus is on us to listen and to act, so that this time, never again really does mean never again.
My lords, it's a privilege to follow a brilliant speech like that, a brilliant and moving speech like that by Baroness Anderson. And I want to start today by telling you about a 10-year-old Jewish boy from a town called Ostrava in what was then Czechoslovakia. And one night in March 1939, when he was awoken by a noise in the street, and he got out of bed and peered out of the window and saw the German soldiers marching into the town square. And this was the night that Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia. And a few days later, he was waved off on a train by his mum and teenage sisters, and they were rounded up. And it was the last time he'd see them because they were rounded up, sent first to a ghetto, then to Theresienstadt, and finally to Treblinka, where they were murdered in October 1942. But he arrived in the UK a few months, I think, before Lord Dubs. He arrived here actually able to speak only 3 words of English, which were hot, cross and bun. but he, but he grew up to become the youngest grammar school head teacher in the country. He was honoured with an MBE for his work for education and charity, and he brought up 4 children, of whom I'm the second. So I grew up, as you can imagine, hearing about the Holocaust from my parents, hearing stories about the suffering, the appalling cruelty, the industrial nature of the slaughter. And that led me with a lifelong conviction that prejudice leads to intolerance, and then to victimisation, and then to persecution. And it left me as well with a lifelong conviction that every one of us has a duty not to stand by, but to make a difference, to fight discrimination, intolerance, bigotry and racism, wherever we find it. Now, every year we have these debates, Holocaust commemorations, politicians pledge to combat anti-Jewish racism. They proclaim never again. But look what we've seen over the past year. On October the 7th, as we've heard, more Jewish people killed on a single day than on any day since the Holocaust. And this was not resistance or self-defence, as Hamas and their supporters claim. This was mass murder motivated by racial hatred, organised by anti-Semitic fascists, committed to destroying the world's only Jewish state and wiping out not just the Jewish people who live there, but the genocide of Jewish people worldwide. And the Hamas Charter makes this absolutely clear. On campuses, on social media, even here in Parliament, we've seen history distorted, false comparisons being drawn, deliberate and offensive false equivalence drawn between what the Nazis did in the Holocaust and a democratic state defending its citizens. And let us be really clear what we're commemorating today. This debate is to commemorate the Holocaust. It follows Holocaust Memorial Day last Saturday. And the date, last Saturday, January the 27th, was chosen because that is the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, a death camp, as we know, where 1.1 million people were murdered after being transported from all over Europe in cattle trucks. We're commemorating what happened there and at other death camps. The industrial slaughter of 6 million Jewish men, women and children, and the Nazis' attempt to wipe out the Jewish people in their entirety. And that is what the Holocaust was, and this is very specific. Now this year, disgracefully, we've seen people and organisations attempting to mark Holocaust Memorial Day without mentioning Jewish people at all. Even the Secretary-General of the United Nations, the Scottish First Minister, some local authorities chose instead to waffle meaninglessly about general, vague genocides. We've also seen messages from Holocaust charities, even survivors or their families, besmirched by comments, calling them Nazis, accusing them of supporting genocide, even as they carry out the solemn act of remembrance. I think, of course, I'm sure we all do, there isn't a person in this house who doesn't believe that the humanitarian disaster in Gaza isn't dreadful. War always is, of course. The death of innocent people is always devastating. I want an end to the death and suffering as soon as possible, of course. But however dreadful it is, however much pain and suffering there is, it is not genocide, and it is not comparable to the Holocaust. And in fact, to draw these comparisons is the latest form of Holocaust denial. It doesn't just minimise the industrial scale, the planning, the determination of the Nazis' attempt to wipe out the Jewish people in their entirety. It is also the latest attempt to accuse the victims of the Holocaust and the victims of genocide of being its perpetrators. We've seen placards on the streets of London since October the 7th, supposedly so-called pro-Palestine demonstrations, comparing Israeli policy to the final solution, comparing Israeli leaders to Hitler, and replacing or equating the Star of David with the swastika. On Holocaust Memorial Day itself, Gaza Holocaust was trending on social media. A demonstration in Glasgow scheduled for Holocaust Memorial Day. The poster advertising it said, "This Holocaust Memorial Day, join us as we protest the genocide in Gaza and demand that never again is now." Now, claiming that Israel is committing genocide, calling Israelis Nazis, comparing the world's only Jewish state to Hitler's Germany, or saying that Zionism is racism, all of these things are not just completely untrue, they're appalling insults. Because what could be worse, my lords, what could be worse than smearing a country Holocaust survivors helped to set up as a safe haven after centuries of pogroms and persecution, and then the systematic attempt to wipe out the Jewish people in their entirety? What could be worse than comparing that to the Nazis? Think about this. In the Middle East, 500,000 people have been killed in Syria, almost 400,000 in Yemen, almost 250,000 killed in a little bit further away in Afghanistan. The victims of these conflicts are barely talking about, barely spoken about. They're not on the news every night. They are certainly not labelled genocides or compared to the Holocaust. The perpetrators are not called Nazis. That charge, genocide, comparison to Nazis, this is reserved for the Israelis because of the pain and grief that this specific insult causes them. Let me say this as well. As we heard from Lord Pickles, within hours of the attacks, even as people lay dying, or even before the bodies of the dead had been recovered on October the 7th, people were celebrating on the streets of London. People were justifying or supporting the attacks. We see marches every Saturday, anti-Semitism on the streets of London. I've been down to look at some of those marches for myself. You see lots of signs calling for Israel to be eradicated. You don't see any calling for peace, for Gaza to be free from Hamas, or for the release of the hostages. People chanting about a massacre of the Jews by a Muslim army. A mob outside Downing Street calling for Hamas to bomb Tel Aviv. No one's marching in London every Saturday for victims of slaughter in Yemen, Syria, Somalia, or Sudan. And I'm not saying, of course, that everybody who joins those marches is a racist. I'm not saying that. But if the only country you march against, the only country you protest against, just happens to be the only Jewish one, don't tell me that you're not an anti-Semite. Now, I want to thank, as Baroness Anderson did, the Community Security Trust and the work they do to protect the Jewish community and fight anti-Semitism. And sadly, since October the 7th, their work has never been more important. Last week in North London, a man with a knife attacked a kosher supermarket. What did he say to the visibly Jewish staff? He said, "What's your side? Where do you stand on Israel and Palestine?" Restaurants and synagogues have been vandalised. Students, Lord Pollock and I met a group of students here in Parliament only yesterday. We heard how they're being subject to racist abuse, being targeted on campus, scared of showing religious symbols on their way to lectures or pupils on their way to school. Anti-Semitic incidents referencing the Holocaust have increased by over 100% in 2023. According to the CST, incidents involving Holocaust denial also rose by 268% on the year before. And all of this tells us why the CST's work, why work of organisations like the Holocaust Educational Trust is so important. We need to teach people very specifically and very clearly about the racism and the truth about the Holocaust. We need to be clear about the nature of anti-Semitism that led to this greatest tragedy. Yes, of course, it was a human tragedy, but people were not herded into the gas chambers because they were human beings. They were human beings who were herded into the gas chambers because they were Jewish. I want to say as well that this is not Genocide Memorial Day. This is Holocaust Memorial Day. And it is not too much to ask to have one day, just one day in a whole year, that is reserved for the commemoration of history's greatest crime, and to give us the opportunity to pay our respects to its victims. Now, I think it would be a wonderful thing to have Genocide Memorial Day to commemorate victims of other atrocities. Of course, I would support that, I would help organise it. But that is not what Holocaust Memorial Day is about. And I've always felt strongly about this. When I go to events and see equivalents being drawn between the Holocaust and other terrible atrocities, I've always thought about this, but I think it is particularly important this year because of the false comparisons that I listed earlier that we have seen being drawn. So I'd like to ask the Minister to ensure that we commemorate the Holocaust properly and specifically, that she will ensure that government-sponsored events that commemorate the Holocaust properly, that the new Memorial and Learning Centre that she's leading concentrates on the Holocaust properly and specifically. I'd also like to ask the Minister what steps the government will take to support proposals for a Jewish History Week or a Jewish History Month so that people can learn about the contribution Jewish people have made to our country, to the whole of the world, and so that Jewish people are not seen merely and purely as victims. And third, what more can the government do to support wider teaching on racism and the Holocaust? And the reason that we need all this is because we need people to understand that the Holocaust didn't start with gas chambers, it didn't start with the industrial slaughter of 6 million people. It started with words and speeches and prejudice and hatred. It started with conspiracy theories and scapegoats. It started with communities being divided, with people being singled out and bullied on the basis of how they worshipped, what they looked like, or their race and religion. And that is how it always starts. So in conclusion, I just want to say, as we honour the memory of the people who were murdered and we pay tribute to the survivors, let us pledge again to fight anti-Semitism, prejudice, racism and bigotry, wherever it's found, because that is the best tribute any of us could pay to the memory of those who were killed in history's greatest crime.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a great honour to follow the noble Lord Austin. If I first pay tribute to the Minister for the way she introduced this debate. And to Lord Dubs, I have no adequate words for your heroism. To Baroness Anderson, who spoke so bravely and so importantly, and I'm sure as a fellow Jew, she will concur with me that the speeches we've heard so far, Baroness Ludford, from Lord Stevens, Lord Pickles and Lord Austin, she will know, as many members of this House will know, that in Yad Vashem there is an avenue of the righteous. They are all members of that avenue of the righteous. I pay tribute to you all. And it's on a day like this, as I've said a number of times, we miss Lord Sachs, the late Lord Sachs, who would have known exactly what to say. The horrors of the past cast long shadows over our present, and although we commemorate Holocaust Memorial Day annually this year, as has been said, we do not only reflect on the enduring scars of the atrocities of the Holocaust, but we also mourn and grapple with the anguish caused by Hamas's barbaric massacre on October the 7th, which Baroness Anderson described. An unprecedented anti-Semitic attack marking a dark chapter reminiscent of the Holocaust itself. The Holocaust stands as an indelible mark on human history, a stark reminder of the depths to which humanity can descend when prejudice, hatred, and discrimination go unchallenged. The testimonies of survivors echo through time, urging us to ensure that such atrocities never find a place in our world again. And yet, as we stand today, we find ourselves struggling to comprehend how once more the Jewish people are confronted with ominous signs of history repeating itself. My Lords, our commitment to never again feels rather fragile and shallow. Our pledge must extend beyond rhetoric It demands tangible actions. As I stated in this chamber just last week, a few days after October the 7th, I had a phone call from my daughter. And she said, "Grandpa, do you love your grandchildren?" I said, "Natasha, what do you mean?" She said, "Should we send them to school?" My lords, that's a Jewish school in Finchley, a Jewish state school in Finchley in 2024, scared to send their children, my grandchildren, to school. In an era where social media, and unfortunately in some cases the mainstream news outlets, are rife with misinformation, education remains a powerful weapon in our arsenal against ignorance and prejudice. By teaching the lessons of history, we empower the next generation to build a world rooted in tolerance, understanding and respect. And my lords, in preparation for today's debate, I was shown a short speech delivered by a young pupil from Emmanuel College who spoke at a Holocaust Memorial Day assembly at school. And I believe it is instructive and appropriate to share the insights of the young student at Emmanuel College, Sammy Barnett, who is sitting here in the chamber with us today with his teacher, Mr. Stephen Levy. Sammy's perspective offers a first-hand account of the transformative power of learning. His experiences illuminate the impact that well-crafted education can have on shaping minds, fostering a future marked by compassion and unity. And I will read now some of his own words. My name is Sammy Barnett, and in November I went on the Emmanuel College Year 12 Poland visit. And I would like to share some reflections with you. Before the trip, I was told it would be life-changing. Being so young, I could not understand how this could be, but it was. I'd like to take you to the second day of the trip when we visited the Treblinka extermination camp. I quickly noticed the differences between an extermination camp as opposed to a concentration camp, in that the sole purpose of it was to murder all those who were sent there. Over 850,000 Jewish people were murdered there in a span of only 11 months. Yet there were no remnants of the camp except for stones. And knowing all this, I quietly walked around Treblinka reflecting on what had taken place here. I looked at all the stones, each one representing a destroyed community, each one a village, a town or a city where there was a Jewish community and where the Jewish people were murdered. It would have been hard enough had each stone represented a person, but that wasn't the case. Each stone represented whole communities, each one its own universe. In 1943, once it had fulfilled its purpose, Treblinka was destroyed by the Nazis to remove the evidence that there was once an extermination camp there. I could not come to terms with the fact that the average stay for a person at Treblinka was 42 minutes. After that, we were here standing on where hundreds of thousands were murdered. It was truly humbling. Then at the closing ceremony, one of the teachers on the trip, Mr. Levy, spoke about a survivor that he knew well, Alec Ward. He told us that Alec had survived the Holocaust but had lost every single member of his family. My teacher said that Alec was often asked the question, "Do you hate the Nazis for what they did to you?" His response was always the same. I implore you not to hate. As if I had hated the Nazis as much as they hated me, I would never have survived. These thoughts weighed heavily on my mind, and even more so when we visited Majdanek concentration camp the following day. Majdanek is 5 kilometers from the center of the Polish city of Lublin. And upon arrival, we all noticed the stark contrast between Majdanek and Treblinka. In Treblinka, nothing was there, only the echoes of what had been. But in Majdanek, you felt as if it was still almost functioning, as the gas chamber and crematorium are still standing. And whilst there, sitting parallel to the gas chambers, my legs began to shake. my eyes began to swell up, and I reflected on the words of Alec Ward. While sadness was a prevalent emotion, I felt extreme hatred towards all those who perpetrated the crimes in their attempt to wipe out all of the Jewish people. I was feeling this nearly 80 years later, and I was perplexed how a man who had experienced it all and survived didn't feel the hatred that I did. And I left the chambers crying, and we were given time for contemplation. The teacher who had spoken about Alec, Mr. Levy, saw me crying and came over. I told him I thought I was not old enough to experience what I had seen these past few days. I could not understand how all of this had occurred, and I was unable to deal with my emotions. My teacher told me that nobody is ever old enough to understand. It is impossible to wrap our heads around what happened here 80 years ago. And with all that's going on in Israel, we have to try and understand it as best as we can so as to ensure it is not repeated. I then began to realize why a visit like this to Poland was life-changing, and the importance of retelling the stories so that history does not repeat itself. He went on, I was in Israel for the festival of Sukkot, and I was trapped for a few days, unable to leave. The 7th of October is a day I will simply never forget as long as I live. Everything was just so different. Hearing the sirens, and those who've heard it before know, it's one of the scariest and most gut-wrenching noises you will experience. Your heart almost feels like it's down to your stomach, and you feel sick, as if there is a hole there. The noise of the rockets exploding overhead as they were knocked out of the sky by Iron Dome sent shivers down my spine. It's something I wish nobody would have to experience. And it was with this background that only a few weeks later I landed in Warsaw with my Emmanuel College teachers and friends. So how do I feel now, after being in Poland and seeing the depths to which humanity sank and hearing about the barbarism of Hamas? At times my faith has wavered, and I find myself asking, how could a benevolent God allow such atrocities to happen? But then, when I really think about it, we, the Jewish people, have gone through tragic times, and yet we are still here today. And when we look back at the history of the Jewish people, in every generation, we've been oppressed or persecuted, but we have not just survived, we have flourished. And in times like this, I believe there is nothing more important than turning to God, speaking and praying to him. It's my personal prayer to God that during this fighting, there will soon be an end to this conflict with a secure and lasting peace in the state of Israel. And I hope you can all join me in praying for this outcome. My lords, this testimony and the eloquence of Sami serves as a poignant expression the transformative power of education and the importance of remembering and educating our youth. As we reflect the horrors of the Holocaust and the recent attack, we are faced with the stark reality that the echoes of hatred and intolerance persist. My lords, Alec Ward, who was mentioned by Sami, was a very much loved member of my community. And Sami was right, he showered everyone with love and spoke to us all regularly about his experience. He was born on the 1st of March 1927 in Lublin and passed away in 2018. He was a special man, and his essence was summed up, actually, after his death by Karen Pollock, of the chief executive of the Holocaust Educational Trust. And she said, Alec Ward was a wonderful man. He dedicated his life to ensuring that the world remembered what happened during the Holocaust, reliving his most painful memories to ensure that the horrors of the past would not be forgotten. He had a warmth and kindness that shone through even when talking about the darkest of times. As for Stephen Levy and I and the rest of our community in Boreham Wood, the special tune he used to sing on festivals in the synagogue, the tune from his shtetl from when he was a child, is still with us to this day and will remain with us forever. So today, my lords, we are united in commemorating the victims of the Holocaust and honouring the resilience of those who endured. And let us heed Sami's call for action. Education, as exemplified by his journey, remains the most potent weapon against ignorance and prejudice. It is incumbent upon us to impart the lessons of history, to cultivate a world rooted in tolerance, understanding, respect for human dignity, something that seems lost and foreign right now. May Sammy's prayer for a secure and lasting peace in the whole of the Middle East and throughout the world resonate with us all. In the face of adversity, let our commitment to never again extend beyond rhetoric to tangible actions that promote a future free from the shadows of hatred and discrimination.
My Lord, I'm a member of one of the smallest, if not the smallest, religious community in the world, the Zoroastrian Parsis. People often say, who? And I say, well, Freddie Mercury of Queen. Ah. Zubin Mehta, the conductor. Oh. The Tatars. Well, we are less than 100,000 in the whole world. And we emigrated to India from Persia from the 8th century onwards to escape persecution and forced conversion to Islam. In many ways and respects, history is comprised of threads that bind memories of the distant past with the present day. What connects modern aspects of faith with the religion of Cyrus the Great and Xerxes? The British Empire is the largest empire the world has ever known. But in 480 BC, it is estimated that 50 million people lived in the Achaemenid Empire, approximately 44% of the world's population at the time. And this figure would make the Persian Empire the largest ever in the world in its history in terms of the percentage of the world's population at the time. And we look at Cyrus as Cyrus the Great, the harbinger of one of the greatest empires of the ancient world. And he's known for two things. The first is Cyrus's cylinder, perhaps the first recognizable model legal instrument. And in the United Kingdom, of course, we consider the vital role of the Magna Carta. And when I show people around Parliament, I always point out the facsimile of the Salisbury copy of the Magna Carta in the Sovereign's robing room. And of course, in terms of European history, the Magna Carta is old, 1215. And as co-chair of the Zoroastrian APPG in 2015, to celebrate the 800th anniversary of Magna Carta, I held an event comparing Magna Carta with Cyrus's cylinder. And people rightly consider Magna Carta to be the first Bill of Rights, but it's actually very new in comparison with Cyrus's cylinder. That was created in 530 BC. And the cylinder notes the most important aspects of Cyrus's humility and tolerance, which form vital aspects of the entire tradition of the Zoroastrian faith. And this is especially when you consider the role that Cyrus played, not just in the protection, but the active promotion of many different religions and faiths that flourished in the Persian Empire during this time. He cites his building projects in territories that he conquered, and I quote, "I rebuilt sanctuaries and chapels that lay in ruins. The deities of Sumer and Akkad and Nabonidus had, to the fury of the people brought to Shana, I returned unharmed to their rightful sanctuaries. I've returned all the deities to their sanctuaries and restored their temples." So it's rightly seen as a major artifact in world history, representing the first detailed look at statecraft within a multi-ethnic society. And there's a direct link between the protection and patronage of the Zoroastrian community under Cyrus, as well as the role that they enjoy in India, the United Kingdom, and the world today. Secondly, Cyrus is known for his magnanimity, and a specific example being that concerned with the refuge he gave to the Jews in Egypt. The Old Testament and the Torah both note this, and I quote from a passage in the book of Ezra, "Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven hath given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah." So he was determined to ensure that the territories that he conquered, often lands that had been under the domination of other empires, had their traditional forms of worship and religious practices restored to the people who lived there. And Babylonians and Jews alike considered Cyrus as being on a mission from their individual concept of God. This country, my lords, has, I believe, always been a truly pluralist, secular country, where all religions are not just allowed to practice their beliefs, not just tolerated, but increasingly celebrated. And with less than 1% of the world's population, the UK is still the 6th largest economy in the world, and that would not be the case without the economic and cultural contribution of our ethnic minority communities, including the Jewish community. The Jewish community around the world numbers 16 million out of 8 billion people on this planet. And look at the contribution that they have made and they make every single day in every single field, whether it's politics, whether it's business, whether it's the arts, whether it's the professions. And as Noble Lady Baroness Scott, in her excellent opening speech, she said, in spite of this, we have anti-Semitism at its highest level ever since October the 7th, 20,000 incidents, and this is around the world as well. Children are scared to go to school. As Chancellor of the University of Birmingham, I know that Jewish students are worried about persecution at university. We've heard about Mike Freer, Minister and MP, standing down out of fear and out of the persecution, the horrible persecution that he has been inflicted upon. What is going on? How can we tolerate and allow all this anti-Semitism and, quite frankly, Jew-hating? This cannot take place. My lords, the best way to predict the future is to look to the past. To put things into perspective, it was 80 years from the end of the US Civil War, when the country nearly destroyed itself, to World War II. It is now 80 years since the end of World War II and the Nazi regime's genocide and the horror of the Holocaust. 6 million Jews were brutally murdered. Visiting Auschwitz, we've heard Noble Lord Pollock in his superb speech. It is, anyone who visits Auschwitz, something you never forget, and you constantly think, how can any human being do this to anyone else? When I visited Yad Vashem, the best museum and the worst museum that I've ever visited in my life, the horrors revealed and explained. That's why you leave Yad Vashem and you say, never again. All our children must learn about the Holocaust from a very, very early age, from primary school all the way until they finish school. Can the Noble Lady, the Minister, ensure and assure us that this is happening in every single school in this land? In October 2022, I was invited on an official visit to Bangladesh, and the first event that I spoke at was at the Liberation War Museum. My late father, Lieutenant General Villamoria, who retired as Commander-in-Chief of the Central Army in India, as a Lieutenant Colonel, commanded the 2nd 5th Gurkha Rifles Frontier Force in the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971. And I remember my father as a boy telling me of the horrors that he had witnessed, the stories that he had heard, the bravery of the freedom fighters, the Mukti Bani, many of them who were teenagers fighting for their freedom, the horrors inflicted by West Pakistan on East Pakistan. It was nothing short of genocide. And the Noble Lady, the Minister, spoke of the genocides that have taken place since the Second World War, since the Holocaust, of Cambodia, of Rwanda, this being the 30th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide. Surely we should recognize what happened in what is today Bangladesh as genocide. Would the Noble Lady, the Minister, agree this? And can the Minister assure us that our new Holocaust Memorial, our new museum, will be as impressive and as effective as Yad Vashem and the Liberation War Museum in Bangladesh? In May last year, organized by ELNET, I was a member of the House of Lords delegation to Israel. We came away from that visit completely deflated and disappointed with the political situation in Israel. Our visit to the West Bank, the disappointment with the situation there, with Fatah and the Palestinian Authority, with no elections, with Fatah not talking to Hamas, and we spent a whole day on the Gaza border. We also learned that the young Palestinians have no faith or respect in their leadership. And that day on the Gaza border is a day I will never forget, when we visited the Karam Shalom crossing. And to think, not for 1 minute were we worried about the security in Israel. Not for 1 minute did one of us predict that just a few months later, the horrors of October the 7th, the pogrom committed by Hamas, the brutal murder, rape, torture, worse than anyone's worst nightmare. Brutality beyond belief. 1,200 innocent Israelis killed, thousands more wounded, over 240 hostages taken, including Holocaust survivors and babies. My lords, what Hamas's objective is pure genocide, wiping out the state of Israel. What has happened since the 7th of October has been tragic. The tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children being killed and wounded in Gaza. Hostages are still there, over 130 of them. They must be released now. And Israel is still trying to remove Hamas and free the people of Gaza from their terror. And yet the Hamas leadership have said what happened on October the 7th, they will do it again. My lords, recently I met Jamal Nusseibeh, a Palestinian-American lawyer who has a PhD from Columbia University. He's a barrister trained in the UK and was a professor at Al-Quds University in Jerusalem for a number of years. And on the 6th of January, he wrote an excellent article in Time magazine titled "Only US-Led Intervention Can Bring Peace to the Middle East." And he said the current humanitarian political disaster unfolding in Israel and the Palestinian territories requires immediate international intervention. And he goes on to say the US should lead a multilateral peacekeeping force with regional Arab and international allies to physically intervene in Gaza and the West Bank and end hostilities within a political framework which will resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict. While this may sound far-fetched, it is the only realistic solution to a long-standing and intractable problem, and it would be in the US interest. My lords, isn't it ironic that there we were in May when we thought a two-state solution would never, ever happen? And yet the horrors of October the 7th and the 4 months since then could actually lead to a two-state solution which will bring peace to the region, peace to Israel, and the creation of a Palestinian state, and democracy and security for all. We in the UK have a major part to play in this. We may not be a superpower anymore, but we are a global power. We are at the top table of the world, whether it's the UN Security Council P5, whether it's G7, whether it's the G20, whether it's NATO. So, my lords, I conclude with this. I was very fortunate to have known Archbishop Desmond Tutu. We were fellows at Sydney Sussex College, my college at Cambridge, and we were fellows at Kellogg College at Oxford, and we used to address each other in our correspondence as fellow. And I once asked him, I said, you knew Nelson Mandela really well. What was so great about Nelson Mandela? What made him so special? What made him such a great leader? And he said Nelson Mandela was magnanimous. Cyrus the Great was magnanimous. This week, on the 30th of January, we remembered Mahatma Gandhi, because that is the day that he was assassinated. And my grandmother, Rati Balamoria, was in the house next door, and I've known about that from my childhood. That one man stood against the British Empire, and he defeated it because he believed in might versus right. He believed in non-violence, and he said, and I quote him, "I'm prepared to die, but there is no cause for which I'm prepared to kill." My lords, we say never again, but history keeps repeating itself. We must stop this violence. Shalom means peace. The vast majority, the vast majority of Muslims and Jews want peace. And we have to strive for peace in the Middle East right now. And we have to believe in it. Because as Mahatma Gandhi said, our beliefs become our thoughts become our words become our actions become our habits, and our habits form our character. So this time, commemorating Holocaust Memorial Day 2024, we must believe never again, more than ever.
My lords, it is an honour and a privilege to be able to participate in this incredibly important debate today, and I thank the Noble Lady Baroness Scott for opening the debate and for the care with which she did so, discussing the Holocaust, but also discussing the present-day situation. And I would like to associate myself with the comments of the Noble Lord Pickles, in that we ought to think about making this an annual debate, because, as we've heard from right across the chamber, it is vital that we do never forget, and yet what we've also heard from right across the chamber is how bad we are, that we seem to forget and we seem to repeat. But before I say the words that I was planning to say, I would like to pay particular tribute to Lord Dubbs, as everyone would expect. We all know him in this House and the important contribution he has played to our country, but also reminding us of the importance of those people who came as refugees, as children. But also to the Noble Lord Austin for his personal memories, but in particular to the Noble Lady Baroness Anderson for reading the words of Ness Edwards, because those words were so moving. And however many Holocaust Memorial books, people writing their memoirs that I've read, I've never heard some of those points. So I think that has been incredibly important, and putting that on the record is vital. But I'd particularly like to thank the Noble Lord Pollock for giving us the words of Sammy Barnett. And I think the convention in your Lordship's House is that I'm not supposed to address somebody who is not a member in this chamber. So I am going to do so in a very convoluted way, but I am going to thank the Noble Lord Pollock for reading the words of Sammy Barnett, which were so moving. A young person of today, so moved by the events of 80 years ago that he can still bring a shiver to our spines, to remind us of the horrors of the Holocaust, of extermination and the concentration camps. My lords, it is truly moving, truly horrific, and we do have a duty to ensure that we fight in our words and in our actions, and with our characters, as the Noble Lord Billimoria put it, to make sure never again does not become an empty phrase, but becomes something we can all live by. My lords, the Noble Lord Billimoria mentioned the importance of education. I'm a Roman Catholic. My co-religionists have not always been as pro-Jewish as they might have been. I had in my Catholic primary school some very good teaching, and in my infant school, I'd have been 6 or 7. I can remember one of my Catholic teachers saying, it is important that we should not be, she wouldn't have used the phrase anti-Semitic to 6-year-olds, but what she said was, Jesus was a Jew, and we need to remember that. And from the age of 6, I understood the importance of being, I suppose, Semitophile, that understanding how important it was to treat each and every Jewish person with the same respect as I would anybody else, and have spent time at various times saying to people how important it is that we ensure we respect all our Jewish friends and colleagues. So education, even for 6-year-olds, can be hugely important, and I'm very grateful to that teacher for ensuring that I could be slightly more open-minded than the average 6-year-old in a Catholic community might have been at that time. But, my lords, education is so important. We all, I think, from a certain generation onwards in the United Kingdom, learned about the Holocaust. I learned about Kristallnacht when I was about 10 and was made to read the Diary of Anna Frank at secondary school. And I say made to read because it was a sort of text that we were given as English literature. Why it counted as English literature, I'm not quite sure, given that Anna Frank was not writing in English, and it was in some ways not appropriate so much for English literature as for history. But I was born in 1969. How recent was that history when I was reading about the life of Anna Frank? Last night, I watched the film that had been made in 1959, based on her diaries that had been curated by her father. And I would say to Sammy and anybody else who feels they are too young to look at what happened in Treblinka or at Auschwitz, those people who were living through confinement and then moving to the concentration camps were sometimes very young. Anna Frank was only 15 when she died, but in her diary she talked about the changes in her life and said, we couldn't do this and we couldn't do that, but life goes on. And of course, tragically, for Anna Frank and most of her family, and 6 million other Jews, life didn't go on. And as part of the legacy of the Holocaust, we did, through Raphael Lemkin, have the definition of genocide. And with all respect to the Noble Lord, Lord Austin, I hope your lordships will feel that it is appropriate perhaps to mention 2 other genocides. And I note that the Holocaust Education Trust does say that Holocaust Memorial Day encourages us to remember the 6 million Jewish men, women and children murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators during the Holocaust, but also to remember all those affected by subsequent genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. And the reason I put my name down to speak, I think, today was the genocide in Rwanda was 30 years ago. At the time, I was a graduate student in Oxford writing about the European Parliament. I was visiting a friend in Italy in 1994, and she had invited to tea a priest, a Catholic priest from Rwanda. And he said to me, please do something about what's happening in my country. You're involved in politics. Do something. I was 24. Yes, I was a member of a political party. I wasn't a member of the European Parliament. I was studying it. What could I do? And the honest answer is I did nothing. I thought, well, shall I write to somebody? But I didn't. I felt helpless. 30 years on, I still feel that sense of culpability that somebody said, do something for my country where there is a genocide. And so one of the things that I think is so important is that when someone has a platform and the ability to stand up and be counted, we should be doing that. So not only must we remember the Holocaust, but also pay tribute to those people who've died in subsequent genocides. And I hope that when I stand up in your Lordship's house, as I sometimes do, talking about China and the Muslims in Xinjiang, there is a reason for doing that, because genocide still persists. And we need to be willing to stand up and be counted, as my noble friend Baroness Ludford pointed out. Yes, we need to stand up to support our Jewish friends and those in Israel who are facing unimaginable horrors. But we need to stand up also for those who are facing genocide elsewhere, right now in this world. And I'd just like finally to mention a visit that I made to Srebrenica in 2021, over a quarter of a century after the genocide of Bosniak Muslim men and boys. The mothers in particular still weep for their sons. They are still trying to find the relics of their sons, because one of the most horrible things that was done wasn't just the killing of those men and boys, it was the dismemberment, because if you didn't bury a whole body, it would be much harder for anybody later to identify the corpse. And so there are families still looking to find another bone from their lost relative. My lords, genocide isn't just about those who are killed. It's about all of those who have been affected by it. The mothers, the brothers, the sisters, the children and grandchildren, all of whom can be affected by genocide, and who, in this case of our Jewish friends and in the state of Israel, have all been marked by that Holocaust. We keep hearing never again. My lords, we must make sure we all stand up to be counted and do whatever we can to stop genocide and crimes against humanity wherever they are, and to ensure that anti-Semitic crimes and Islamophobia in this country should be eliminated as soon as possible.
My lords, I want to start by thanking your noble lords for your contribution to this debate, and particularly those who have spoken, for whom the Holocaust and anti-Semitism continues to give deep and personal pain. I know that not only speaking but listening to this debate will cause you greater concern and pain. So thank you so much. And it has been a particular honour to follow Lord Dobbs and Baroness Anderson. Thank you so much for what you have said. It was my privilege last week to be at the ceremony for the World Holocaust Memorial Day at Guildhall in the city, along with a number of the noble lords in this place. For those of you that were there, you couldn't help but be moved by the stories that people recalled. We recalled the murder of so many people in not only the Holocaust, but in the other genocides since: Darfur, Rwanda, Bosnia and Cambodia, to name but a few. Each person loved, each person known, each person missed, each person grieved for, and for whose loss makes the world a poorer place, even decades after. The chief rabbi reminded us of the fragility of freedom. He also spoke that with freedom from captivity and death comes freedom to be. With the freedom to be comes responsibility. The Holocaust, as we have already heard, did not just happen. Genocide does not just happen. It happens slowly, step by step, and it begins with words and polarization. It can be easy to move from "this is my view" and "this is your view" to "I am right and you are wrong, I am good and you are evil." There is a risk that we can hunker down with our own, and in consolidating our own sense of belonging within our own communities of whatever kind, we differentiate ourselves from others. We set ourselves apart. We can live on terms which set ourselves apart from others. Dangerously, we can begin to decide for whom human rights can apply and for whom they don't. Hate speech can move to violent isolation of those who hold different views, different ethnicities, different races, different religions. Discrimination and dehumanization can move to persecution based on identity and belief. We know in our Lordship's house here that this is not right, and we do have a responsibility to play our part in preventing it. It has been suggested that perhaps one of the most influential texts in modern political history is the Imago Dei. Imago Dei is a theology term uniquely required to humans, which denotes the symbolic relationship between God and humanity, made in the image of God. The term has its roots in Genesis 1. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female created he them. This scriptural passage is shared by both Christians and Jews. Now, this does not mean that we are carbon copies of God, but rather that humans reflect God. We are in the image of God, in their moral, spiritual, and intellectual nature. To see others made in the image of God means that I see them not just as I see them, but in the light of God who created them. It gives me a responsibility to see them with an inherent value and dignity. That recognition liberates us not only to reach out in support with others, but to stand with them, to see our mutuality and interdependence, which Baroness Ludford spoke of. Now, despite the Imago Dei being one of the most important philosophical legacies in Western culture, it is still in Western culture that the Holocaust happened, that anti-Semitism continues to happen. Freedom remains fragile. It is not enough for us just to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. We have a responsibility to challenge prejudice, to challenge hatred and the actions which lead to that in our communities, in wider society, and yes, in our parliamentary system. Each year I mark Holocaust Memorial Day by listening to the personal accounts of man's inhumanity to man. But in the midst of those accounts, I see the best of humanity. It is the best of humanity that lights a candle in the darkness, and the darkness will not overcome that. But we have a responsibility to act. Let us not shrink from this.
My Lords, it's always such a sobering privilege to be able to stand and make a speech on the Holocaust Memorial Day debate and think of the millions of people we are trying to honour in remembrance of their lives. And it gives us an opportunity to pay tribute to the marvellous work done in Britain by the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust and all the activities which are undertaken, including by the magnificent Holocaust survivors, sadly decreasing in number, who are all united in working towards trying to convey to the present generations why never again are such vital words to try to prevent the recurrence of the great evil of anti-Semitism. But this year of all year, as the noble Lord Pickles mentioned in his speech, these words have never sounded so hollow, but at the same time, never more important than ever. But hollow because the evil of anti-Semitism is creeping out of its hiding places again. As always, it takes many forms. But as a daughter of a Jewish mother with family in Israel, I can hear, see, and smell anti-Semitism whenever it appears. The late former Chief Rabbi, Jonathan Sacks, said, "In the Middle Ages, Jews were hated for their religion. In the 19th and early 20th century, they were hated for their race. And today, they are hated for their national state, Israel. Anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism." My Lords, I'm surprised at the surprise evinced by so many about UNRWA's close relationship with Hamas. Many have known about it for years. One only has to read the school books in the UNRWA schools. Israel is rarely mentioned by name, but it's called the Jewish Zionist occupier or some such. And there have been many Nazi-like caricatures of Jews in all these books. And just, I think yesterday, a report has gone into the UN about 3,000 UNRWA teachers on some chat group who celebrated the 7th of October. Of course, there are decent and honest people, Palestinian as well as foreigners, working in Gaza health and education ministries, in the hospitals and the schools, and they have the best of motives, but the iron hand of Hamas is completely absolute in Gaza. And there have been increasing questions about UNRWA's role in perpetuating rather than resolving the Palestine refugee problem. This is not the place nor the time to go into more details about this kind of subject. But I hope we can soon have an opportunity in this House to discuss all of that. Today, I want to end with heartfelt thanks and expressions of gratitude to all those splendid people who dedicate themselves to keeping the flame of remembrance of the Holocaust and its lessons alive and bright for present and future generations to be informed and galvanized to take action.
My Lords, it's an honour to take part in this debate and to listen to everyone's contribution. We are, of course, affected in particular by the testimony of my noble friend Lord Dobbs, but I think all speakers have posed questions that, for those of us like myself who have had a life which has been free of the sort of discrimination faced by too many people, to ask ourselves, what are we ourselves doing about the issue? And that indeed is the purpose of Holocaust Memorial Day. It's an issue of considerable gravity and historical significance because it relates to the Holocaust. Now, as set out in the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust website, Holocaust Memorial Day is the day for everyone to remember the millions of people murdered in the Holocaust, under Nazi persecution, and in the genocides which followed in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia, and Darfur. Now, clearly we have to pay tribute to the work of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust for the amazing, extraordinary, and dedicated work that they do. One of the key objectives, as set out in the Statement of Commitment for Holocaust Memorial Day, is as follows. We pledge to strengthen our efforts to promote education and research about the Holocaust and other genocides. We will do our utmost to make sure the lessons of such events are fully learned. Clearly, this is a task which is continuing. It's a continual battle. Now, there's no question that the Holocaust stands out in human history, where the systematic persecution and extermination of 6 million Jews took place under the Nazi regime during World War II. That is why, as a number of speakers have said, we must ensure that the phrase "never again" doesn't become a matter of ritual, that it is kept firmly in our minds is passed on to our children and our children's children, echoing down the ages. For all of us, the Holocaust has to serve as a stark reminder of the consequence of hatred, discrimination, and the erosion of basic human rights. Now, in doing so, it is essential that in addition to what other noble lords have said, that as well as spending time to remember the victims, we have to remember the bravery of those who resisted the oppression and sought to protect the values of humanity. So I take the opportunity in this debate to mention the courageous role played by trade unionists during those dark times. The Holocaust Day Memorial Trust itself points out, on assuming power, the first people the Nazis targeted for arrest and imprisonment were political opponents, primarily communist, socialists, and trade unionists. Dachau, one of the first Nazi concentration camps, opened in March 1933 to imprison political opponents, including trade unionists. Trade unions were disbanded in May 1933, and union leaders were arrested, incarcerated, or fled into exile. By the end of 1933, there were almost 27,000 people imprisoned in concentration camps. The majority of these were political prisoners. Trade unions played a crucial and perhaps overlooked role during the Holocaust. Driven by a commitment to justice and solidarity, they stood against the tyranny of the Nazi regime. They are aware of the principles of fairness, equality, and workers' rights that were under direct threat. Despite the dangers they faced, many trade unions defied the oppressive forces and resisted the erosion of the very fabric of society. They provided shelter, forged documents, facilitated escapes, risking their own lives to defy the Nazi authorities. Now, the lesson for us now is the courage and resilience of these trade unionists set a model for us to follow, to exert the power of collective action and the importance of standing up against injustice. We all have to ask ourselves, what would we have done in those circumstances? And they provide an inspiration that perhaps we could have joined in the fight, and the fight that continues now. So when we reflect on the Holocaust and the contributions of trade unionists, we have, all of us, to renew our commitment to safeguard human rights, promote equality, and resist discrimination in all its forms. The lessons of history have to inspire us to be vigilant against the seeds of hatred and intolerance, and to foster a world where the principles of justice and solidarity prevail. In conclusion, the theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day is to highlight the importance of protecting freedom. So I asked the Minister if she could provide the House with an update on how the government is supporting greater awareness that events leading to genocide can be subtle, and the importance that we all recognise the conditions which can lead to persecution.
My Lord, Baroness Brinton is taking part remotely. I invite Baroness Brinton to speak.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Lord Davis of Brixton. And this year's theme, the fragility of freedom, is very poignant and relevant. And I join in the thanks for the Holocaust Memorial Trust and the Holocaust Educational Trust for their vital work in ensuring that we never forget the scourge and horror of the Nazi Holocaust of the Jews and other groups of people in the Second World War. And I thank them and others, including the group Protection Approaches and the Lord's Library, for their briefings. And along with other peers, I pay tribute to Lord Dubs. His voice and life is an example to us all. Lady Scott talked of the importance of recognising the 10 stages of genocide, both in the past, but also in our modern day world. And I want to start by paying my respect to the 6 million Jews who were murdered by the Nazis because of who they are, what they believe, and the community they came from. Voices from the past, such as Anne Frank, can continue to tell their story to new young generations, as Lord Bilimoria reminded us. We, our children and our grandchildren, must never forget. The voices of survivors has been vital, and this year we heard of the death of Sir Ben Helfgott. Anyone who heard him speak, both of his experiences as a child in Buchenwald and Terezin, but also of his life after he arrived in the UK, on how he recovered but never forgot, and how he helped others. His life and achievements were extraordinary. May his memory be a blessing. In my contribution this morning, I want to look at 3 of the other groups who were also destroyed by the Nazi in the Holocaust, and how their fragility of freedom continues to this day. My lords, over the night of the 2nd to 3rd of August 1944, 2,897 Roma and Shinti people, mostly women and children, were killed at Auschwitz. The 2nd of August is the day that the Gypsy, Roma and Shinti people mark their memorial, but it is important that we remember them too today. It is estimated that up to 500,000 Roma and Shinti people were murdered or died as a result of starvation or disease during World War II. Many more were used as forced labour, subject to sterilisation or medical experimentation. Today, the Gypsy Roma community faces a very fragile future across Europe. Last autumn, research by the EU Council found that members of the community were suffering shocking amounts of bullying in the education system, prejudice reporting by the media, threats to their legal status and rights, including as a result of recent legislative changes. We too, in the UK, have had legislation that affects the legal status and rights of our Gypsy, Roma and travelling community. Research also shows that GRT children are the most bullied community in our schools. My lords, Hitler murdered 250,000 physically or intellectually disabled people in the T4 programme. People ask where God was in the Holocaust. Pastor Martin Niemöller's longer 1946 version of his famous confession that starts, "First they came for the communists," says, "Then they did away with the sick, the so-called incurables." He wrote and spoke movingly about how his church initially supported the Nazis in euthanasia and then slowly realised that they were wrong, but remained silent for too long, after which he was imprisoned by Hitler. As a Christian, it is hard to hear. That is the truth of his famous confession that he had to live with, and why after the war he publicly called on the German people to understand the impact of their silence. He spent the rest of his life talking to people around the world about how dangerous bystander silence was, including visiting South Africa and then Rhodesia. He said, "We all have a duty to stand up even for people being persecuted, even and especially when we disagree with their views." And that is a hard thing to hear today when our society is so divided. This is not just history for disabled people. The fragility of freedom is close to us now. In the pandemic, do not resuscitate orders were placed on disabled patients' files without their knowledge or their families' consent. Thankfully, as soon as it was uncovered, the government and the NHS issued clear instructions to stop. But be in no doubt, certain people were chosen by their grouping, died because they were discarded. Those with underlying conditions were also denied intensive care, and some even told there was no point in even taking them to hospital. And many disabled people, including myself, heard from others arguing against lockdown that they were going to die soon anyway, so there was no point in trying to protect them. My lords, LGBT people were also targeted by Hitler and the Nazis in the Holocaust. On the 6th of May 1933, the Nazi-run German Student Union and SA raided and looted the Institute of Sexual Science, renowned for world-leading research on LGBT people, and was run by Magnus Hirschfeld. It promoted acceptance for gay people and pioneered surgeries for transgender people. Some trans people worked there as staff, and some of those employees, most famously Dora Richter, disappear from the historical record after that raid and are assumed to have been murdered by the Nazis during or after the attack. 4 days later, the archives and library of the Institute were burnt on the Opernplatz. Dr. Hirschfeld, himself both gay and Jewish, was away on a speaking tour at the time and lived in exile in France until his death in 1935. And during the Holocaust, gay and transgender people were deported to concentration camps and murdered. The freedom of LGBT people is increasingly fragile today. The level of murder and physical attacks grows year on year. And in Uganda last year, now, being LGBT is not just a criminal offence, but it is a capital offence. That, my lords, is the beginning of the 9th level of the stages of genocide. All noble lords who've spoken have said why this year's theme is very pertinent. Genocide and crimes against humanity are never inevitable and can often be prevented. That's why we have to remember the 10 stages of genocide, reflect on them in our lives and society today, and never be bystanders again.
My lords, it is humbling to speak in this debate after so many powerful, exceptional speeches, which I have been privileged to listen to and to follow the noble lady Baroness Brinton as well. May I pay tribute as well to my noble friend the Minister and to the noble Lord, Lord Dubbs, for his truly emotional speech, and, as others have done, to the Holocaust Educational Trust, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, and the CST. And I declare my interests in connection with Judaism, I am Jewish, and Israel. My lords, the Holocaust did not start with World War II. The Stockholm Declaration, not that long ago signed, states its aim is to ensure future generations understand the causes of the Holocaust. So I would like to focus on the events that culminated in the 1940s. And as anti-Semitism once again pervades social discourse, public debate, national or social media, and even supranational organisations, I feel that the threat that is posed to the freedoms that liberal Western countries have built during my lifetime, and of which I have always been so proud and perhaps too often taken for granted, are serious. My family were mostly murdered by the Nazis. My grandparents were fortunate enough to flee Berlin and Vienna in the 1930s, and we have always been proud of the progressive tolerance, mutual respect, interfaith cooperation, and human rights legislation that has been built up in our country. The free world committed to ensure collectively that the virus of anti-Semitism would never again be allowed to flourish. We have had this anti-racist legislation. We have Holocaust education and interfaith dialogue. Yet anti-Semitism has returned despite it all. Never again is an empty slogan without understanding the background and recognising that what is happening right now is a potential rerun of the very hatreds that led to the Holocaust. And I must pay tribute to so many of the noble lords who have stood up with us and against what has been happening to demonise Jewish people again. I would like to thank the noble Lord, Lord Pickles, and I would like to actually thank every noble lord who has spoken. Lord Stevens, Baroness Anderson, Lord Austin, so many doing wonderful work. Lord Billamoria, the Bishop of London, and the noble Lord, Lord Davis. And I'd like to thank too the noble Lord Pollock, who has tirelessly worked to protect Jewish communities and foster interfaith and intercommunity relations as well. The noble lady Baroness Ludford, and also, of course, those who are yet to speak, and I'm sure they will make powerful interventions as well. Something is happening to Western democratic discourse since October the 7th. The late Chief Rabbi, Lord Sachs, of blessed memory, warned the appearance of anti-Semitism in a culture is an early warning of collective breakdown. He likened it to the virus, and like all viruses, he explained how it has mutated. Throughout history, anti-Semitism has been justified in some way with recourse to the highest authority, as he explained it, within the surrounding society. There was religion in the Middle Ages, the post-Enlightenment Europe, there was science. And today, the dehumanizing of Jews seems to be originating in human rights, the very source of our civilized world, so that the only democracy in the Middle East is being accused of breaching human rights, of racism, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and even genocide. The ultimate weapon of this new anti-Semitism is quite simple. It goes like this: the Holocaust must never happen again, but Israelis are the new Nazis. The Palestinians are the new Jews. All Jews are Zionists. Therefore, the real anti-Semites of our time are none other than the Jews themselves. Sadly, these are widespread views among many communities, and they are infecting the far left, academia, media, and even political life. And I pay tribute to, as others have done, our honourable friend Mike Freer, who has suffered so greatly. Having spent decades curing itself of the virus of anti-Semitism, Europe seems to be being reinfected by parts of the world that never went through the self-reckoning that Europe itself undertook, commendably, after the Holocaust. And anti-Semitism flourishes when people feel that the world has turned upside down. And therefore, after the 1870s, when there was economic disruption, the rise of nationalism and today's anti-immigration views are another warning that we must, my lords, take heed of. We must not take freedom for granted. We must make sure that those millions did not die in vain, and pray that we learn the lessons in time. We must not forget where prejudice, hatred, and evil lead. And let me end on a message of hope for the future. The Holocaust survivor, Rose Schindler, said, "Where there is no hope, there can be no survival." So I am hopeful that we will recognise what is happening and be able to intervene in time.
Yeah. That was very...
My lords, it is, as always, an honour to follow the noble Lady Baroness Ortmann and her words of hope. And I feel I should say that I feel reassured to be in the company of the noble lords present here today, including my noble friend Lord Dobbs, who epitomises so much of what and who we are speaking of in this chamber. And I also want to thank the noble lady, the Minister, for her very sensitive and clear introduction to such an important debate today. I draw attention to my register of interest and respect of the Jewish community. And my lords, it is a privilege to be taking part in this debate today, albeit humbling. So why do I say that? Because some events are so devastating in their inhumanity and so instrumental in shaping the world in which we live, that even if we were not actually there, we have a duty not just to remember, but to be a voice and to be a witness. And I too want to speak today about the power of bearing witness, which is exactly what we are doing in this debate. I've felt this very strongly of late in the meetings I've been at in Parliament in respect of the atrocities committed on October the 7th in Israel by Hamas terrorists, who still hold hostages whose fate is unknown. I, like other noble lords, have seen footage collected from Hamas body cameras and CCTV of the horrific massacre which killed over 1,200 innocent Israeli citizens and foreign workers, the largest number of Jews killed since the Holocaust. And the noble Lord Stevens was right to talk about the glee with which the terrorists conducted themselves. And it was that shocked me the most, along with the images that I saw, about which I don't feel I want to speak about again. I have heard the pain of families speaking of their loved ones amongst the 240 Jews kidnapped to Gaza, or those who were attacked, murdered, raped or traumatised. The devastation continues to be felt by the Jewish community here, which remains in continuing shock, whilst 130 of the hostages remain in Gaza. And this week, I heard of the sexual violence perpetrated on Jewish women in the disturbing testimonies of those who rescued bodies and those who conducted forensics and prepared the mutilated bodies for burial. In all of this, I feel helpless, as so many of us do. But there is one thing I know I can do, and I can be a witness, and I can remember, and I can speak up. And I can speak up both for those who have died and also for those who are living. And that, my lords, is exactly what we are doing today when we remember the Holocaust and the genocides that have followed in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. And with the backdrop of the ongoing situation in Gaza and Israel, this debate is particularly pertinent whilst we are seeing division, tension and the proliferation of anti-Semitism as well as anti-Muslim hatred in our own country. The theme for this year's Holocaust Memorial Day is fragility of freedom, focusing our attention on the precarious nature of freedoms that need to be protected, and remembering how the descent by Germany in the 1930s from democracy to tyranny shows just how fragile that freedom can be. And let us remember that the mass murder of the 6 million Jewish men, women and children didn't only take place in the darkness of the ghettos and the camps. Hundreds of thousands were murdered in the bright light of forests and woodlands surrounding well-populated towns and villages. And let us also remember that the Nazis also persecuted and murdered those that they saw as different: the Roma, the Sinti, gay men, political opponents and disabled people. As we have heard today, the oppression of Jews didn't start with the outbreak of war in 1939. In the 6 years before, Jews were persecuted by more than 400 decrees and regulations at every level of government, including by officials who took the initiative. In every genocide that has taken place, those who are targeted for persecution have had their freedom restricted and removed before many are murdered. Genocide is, after all, a subtle and slow process, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, reminded us. There is always a set of circumstances which occur or which are created to build the climate in which genocide can take place. In Amsterdam, for example, even before the murders and the deportations to concentration and work camps, Jews had to give up their bicycles. They were forbidden to use trams or cars, forbidden to go to theatres, swimming pools or tennis courts, or visit Christians at home. They were only allowed to shop between 3 and 5 p.m, and not allowed on the streets between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And to this point, over the summer, I had the honour of being asked to review a new book called Nobody Lives Here, which painted a vivid picture of occupied Amsterdam during Anne Frank's time of hiding through the eyes of Les Haver, a young Jewish boy, the only survivor of his large family, and someone who I have never met. And I accepted that invitation to do so because I felt I had a responsibility to bear witness to that young boy's experience so that he may be heard and remembered, and it was an honour to do so. My lords, we all know that anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. As soon as the events of October the 7th unfolded, I knew it would unleash a hatred of Jews in our own country. And as sure as night follows day, it did. Within hours of the attack, the atrocities perpetrated by Hamas were lauded on social media as an act of resistance. Since then, the global number of anti-Semitic incidents have gone through the roof. Synagogues have been firebombed, the Star of David smeared on the doors of Jewish homes, Jewish cemeteries desecrated, and there have been verbal and physical attacks on Jews. And week in, week out, we see protests on our streets with anti-Semitic slogans and signs, including calls to globalise the Intifada, that call for the destruction of the Jewish state of Israel and disrespect the Star of David. In the 68 days following the Hamas terror attack on Israel, the Community Security Trust recorded at least 2,093 anti-Semitic incidents across the country. This is the highest ever total reported to CST across a 68-day period, and CST has been recording anti-Semitic incidents since 1984. My Jewish friends feel the pain of explaining to their children that they must stop wearing their blazers which show that they attend a Jewish school. Colleagues are swamped with vile abuse and threats on social media for being Jewish or for not being Jewish, but speaking out against terrorism. And it has left me and many others with an underlying anxiety of what might be said or done to us. My lords, in the last year we sadly lost Sir Ben Helfgott, MBE, Holocaust survivor, Olympic weightlifting champion, educator and honorary president of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust. May his memory be for a blessing. Our Sir Ben touched the lives and hearts of countless people, including myself, and I'm grateful to him and all those who educate and inform, who take on the scourge of anti-Semitism, and I'm grateful to those who protect us. And all of these include the CST, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, the Holocaust Educational Trust, the Board of Deputies of British Jews, and the Jewish Leadership Council. We are blessed to have you. My lords, today we bear witness, and in so doing we honour those who survived and we pay tribute to those who did not. It is a privilege to do so.
Yeah.
My lords, 136, and I want to repeat the number 136 because on Wednesday Ashley Waxman-Bakshi asked a packed room of parliamentarians to keep reminding the world that there are still 136 hostages in Gaza, including Ashley's cousin Agam Berger. My lords, we are here today for Holocaust Memorial Day to keep the memory of the decades-old Holocaust alive. Yet shockingly, even the memory of what happened on 7th of October last year is already fading. It's why so many of the powerful, moving, insightful speeches I've heard today, we've all heard today, really matter. because the largest anti-Jewish pogrom since the Holocaust is actively and willfully being forgotten, even denied. Indeed, when some seek to remind the world of the hostages by, for example, putting up posters of their faces, they are treated with contempt and openly subject to anti-Semitic abuse. Posters are venomously ripped down. One viral video showing an activist responding to a plea for humane empathy with Jewish suffering, his response was to spit out the question, "Where's your proof?" Sadly, such echoes of Holocaust denial are making a comeback. Indeed, the reason that Ashley and the other remarkable Israeli witnesses that some of us heard this week are forced to tour the world's capitals to give testimony is because, and this is a real shock, so many in official positions have demanded proof that sexual violence was used on October the 7th. Often, the very same progressives, NGOs and international women's organisations who rail against Me Too incidents, who demand support for their violence against women and girls initiatives, suddenly become sceptical, mute, look the other way, even with evidence that Jewish women and girls were gang raped, sexually mutilated and degraded. This casual mood of denial was revealed in that shocking recent Economist YouGov poll that showed that more than a fifth of young Americans agreed the Holocaust is a myth, and many responded by saying they weren't sure if it was a myth. Until recently, Holocaust denial was a fringe affair, the racist preoccupation of explicit anti-Semites who called it a hoax, usually associated with the far right. But today, a more common form of Holocaust denial is to rip the Holocaust from its concrete and specific context and appropriate it for a range of nefarious ends. And this dilution of the meaning of the Holocaust is often espoused by well-intentioned social justice warriors. The Holocaust is anything but absent from political discourse. That's one irony. The Holocaust and its perpetrators, the Nazis, are now prolifically referenced, but I'm not sure that this constant go-to metaphor is that helpful. Social media is littered with people smearing their political opponents as Nazis. Newsweek headlined an article, "Just how similar is Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler?" And such an approach is commonplace. Policies people don't like are routinely denounced using Nazi analogies. The Rwanda plan has been compared by some campaigners to herding Jews onto cattle trucks destined for the camps. I've heard the Tories' voter ID scheme being compared to Gestapo checks. Everything from the Brexit vote to anti-ULEZ protests have recently been denounced as proof that society is descending into 1930s-style fascism. Some animal rights activists claim the meat industry is guilty of a holocaust of lambs, cows, chickens, and abortion fundamentalists brandish literature denouncing a holocaust of unborn babies. It's just that I worry when the Holocaust as a metaphor is so promiscuously and prolifically used that it will mean that we render the Holocaust mundane, inevitably relativising its gravity and uniqueness. And so often it can also lead to airbrushing Jews from the story, as we saw with a number of politicians, as the Noble Lord Austin illustrated, who put out video messages on Holocaust Memorial Day and failed to mention the Jews. They just were forgotten, deliberately or not. I think also, as many Noble Lords have mentioned, we have to admit that the Holocaust is now being weaponised, specifically to attack and delegitimise the world's only Jewish state. And we'd heard that from a number of Noble Lords. I won't repeat the examples. But, you know, just the idea of young radical peace protesters unapologetically carrying placards with the Star of David inside a swastika. This relativism that now turns the barbarities of the Holocaust into an accusation against the Jewish state considers itself progressive, and worse, is mainstream. One popular progressive commentator, that Dr. Scholar off the telly, tweeted at the Auschwitz Museum, quote, "I unfollowed you after your disgraceful endorsement of Israel's extermination, ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Palestinians. The museum should be ashamed of itself. Never again means never again for anyone. You're an embarrassment to humanity. Think about those words. Inevitably, Dr. Shola was never off the TV after she actually posted those words. So how should we tackle such ignorant attitudes? For many, the answer is education. As a former teacher, this makes me nervous, as too many thorny questions are outsourced to schools and colleges. And anyway, I don't think it's that simple. After all, already the Holocaust is a compulsory part of the national curriculum and has been since 1991. But one concern, the Holocaust is rarely explained in educational settings as a specific policy designed to purge society of Jewry. Pupils rarely grasp that this was the first and so far the only time in history that a state attempted to murder every single member of a people, the Jews. Instead, such is the enthusiasm to make the Holocaust relatable for today's pupils, a whole list of other victims are listed, as the noble Baroness Ludford explained so well, often at the expense of a factual, detailed account of the Nazis' industrialised final solution for Jews. This was more than just authoritarian rule or human rights abuses. This was an attempt at eradicating the Jews. This drive to make the Holocaust relevant in schools today for pupils has also led to an embrace of concepts associated with identity politics. But in trying to make the Holocaust education so relevant as to reflect the diversity of each and every pupil, students are asked to imagine themselves as persecuted by evil Nazis, victims due to their individual identity. And in the midst of this melee, I'm afraid Jews barely get a mention or are known about. Fueling relevance via identity politics is a trend, by the way, that's infecting the whole curriculum and can counterproductively encourage competitive victimhood. I remember in 2004 when a poll was carried out in 9 European countries by Ipsos that found that 35% thought the Jews should stop playing the role of Holocaust victims. Since then, it's often via official educational initiatives, every identity group has been encouraged to view themselves through the prism of their historic victimhood from slavery to colonialism. And parallel to this, teachers and lecturers have embraced the idea that centuries of Western accomplishments should be disparaged, demonised as hateful expressions of white supremacy. Identitarian ideology has been given an intellectual veneer as decolonisation theory that divides the world into victims versus colonisers. Equality, diversity and inclusion policies institutionalise the divisive focus on skin colour and ethnicity and victimhood across schools and universities. And this toxic mix creates a hierarchy of oppression through which, actually and importantly, anti-Jewish hatred is justified. In the EDI schema, Jews have been designated as all-powerful colonisers, the ultimate expression of white privilege, the rightful targets of contempt and hostility amongst the young and anyone who cares about the oppressed. To confuse the educational landscape further, identity politics makes it hard to be open in classroom debate about such issues, and it can, for example, make it difficult to challenge any young Muslim pupils and students if they express sympathy with Islamist anti-Semitism. A decade ago, when giving a lesson on free speech, a vocal group of Muslim sixth formers told me that 9/11 was a Jewish plot and that the Charlie Hebdo massacre was justified because the cartoonists insulted the Prophet Muhammad. They also, by the way, bullied fellow Muslim classmates into silence, the kind of young people that the noble Lord Dubs rightly referred to as the heroes and the hope of this story. When I told this story about what happened in the classroom with a group of teachers, some admitted that such attitudes were one reason they shied away from teaching the Holocaust. They feared any confrontations if students put forward conspiratorial Holocaust denial theories, would mean that they, as teachers, would be branded Islamophobes. Such self-censorship to avoid causing offence or even fear of more aggressive responses, and my lords have mentioned Mike Fraser, let me reference the Batley Grammar School teacher who's still in hiding for fear of his life. Let me just finish then by saying that before we open more learning centres or do more educational-related educational projects, at the very least we need to ensure educators are not silenced, cancelled or smeared for teaching truths that some identity groups find unpalatable. And to ensure the Holocaust is not forgotten and is understood, it needs to be resituated back into its historical, unique context and dragged out of the jaws of identity politics and diversity dogma. But for now, the greatest memorial to the Holocaust must surely be solidarity with Jewish people wherever and whenever they are being attacked, when they're being attacked because they're Jews. And I finish by repeating 136, 136. Let's shout it to the rafters until those 136 hostages are brought home, and then Holocaust Memorial Day will be more than a slogan.
My lords, I visited Auschwitz, and a small mountain of children's shoes will be forever etched in my memory. The shoes were taken from children who went laughing and skipping into showers on the promise that they would be given new clothes. The showers were not of water, they were of deadly gas. My lords, I speak from a Sikh perspective and apologize if what I say does not agree with some people. On Holocaust Memorial Day, we remember the horror of the systematic killing of Jews in the 1940s, with a lighting of candles and the words, "Never again." The words "never again" have echoed in subsequent commemorations, not only to be followed by the horror of future genocides, including the forgotten Indira Gandhi government massacre of Sikhs in 1984, and now, ironically, Israel's excesses against the people of Gaza, condemned by the United Nations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and other human rights agencies. My lords, never again will continue to be a distant aspiration in a world that has lost its sense of direction and is still living with 19th century norms of powerful countries pursuing strategic and economic dominance. Friends and enemies are decided by the support they give in return for a readiness to turn a blind eye to their abuse of human rights. To get to never again, we urgently need to reset our moral and political sat-navs to the realities and ethical imperatives of the very different world in which we now live. Sikh teachings remind us that despite superficial cultural differences, we are all members of one human family with equal rights and responsibilities. The UN Declaration of Human Rights, drawn up in the aftermath of the Second World War, is an echo of this 500-year-old Sikh teaching. People of India and Pakistan, Russia and Ukraine, and Israel and Palestine, and even Americans are all part of our one human family, with a common desire for peace for themselves and for their loved ones. In earlier times, talk of one human family was considered impractical idealism. Today, it is an imperative. The 21st century is, as I've mentioned, very different from earlier eras, with people in once distant parts of the world now sharing common problems such as global warming, the misuse of scientific advance, and a world awash with arms. There is an urgent need to look beyond ourselves to the needs of others, or in the closing lines of the Sikh daily prayer, look to the well-being of wider humanity. My lords, we also urgently need to look at why religion has become a major source of conflict and genocide. Religions designed to give us guidance for responsible living all too often focus on claims of superiority and exclusive relationships with God, with dated and divisive social and cultural rituals, seen by many as more important than the uplifting ethical teachings. The Sikh gurus were very concerned about such false divisions in the India of their day. Sikh scriptures, the Guru Granth Sahib, deliberately include verses of Hindu and Muslim saints to show that no one religion has a monopoly of truth. Today we should be highlighting important ethical teachings found in our different faiths. The reality is quite different. We British, even in interfaith gatherings, never discuss religion out of fear of offending religious sensitivities. Religious holy books are not the word of God in a literal possessive sense, but reflections on a godly way of life, interspersed with social and cultural practices and negative attitudes to others. Today, most religious people in the UK skip the dated social and cultural texts and focus on underlying ethical teachings. But for some, dated culture is all too often more important than ethical guidance, and negative attitudes to others is food and sustenance to the religious extremist. A Christian hymn reminds us, "New occasions teach new duties, time makes ancient good uncouth. They must upward still and onward, who would keep abreast with truth." Today, religious leaders urgently need to do a bit of spring cleaning, to take out or put in context the true perspective and negative teachings, and highlight ethical teachings that have much in common with faiths that we see as different. It is a big ask, but it's the only way to go if we really want our one human family to get to never again.
My Lords, I begin by offering my apology to Lord Singh of Wimbledon. Not that I was too keen to stand up and say my bit, but simply that I mistook my place for his. And I owe him an apology. I must say that I have been greatly puzzled by this whole question of anti-Semitism. I grew up in a country where anti-Semitism was never heard of, India. In Kerala, in India, Joseph Rabban, the king, gave Jews who were running away from Iraq, refugees, gave them a kingdom and said, "You are the king of this area, you have your Jewish subjects, you are entitled to ride an elephant, you are entitled to collect taxes," and there they lived happily ever after. This is the history I was taught of the Jewish people, and that history turned out to be true, because when I checked documents afterwards, not only that, but I was taught by a Jewish professor of English literature at St. Xavier's College, Bombay, who also happened to be the national poet of English, namely Hanan Ezekiel. So all through my life, as I was growing up in India, I had Jewish friends, not very many, but the Jewish population was rather small, and after the creation of Israel, many of them had moved to Israel. And in fact, even now, just outside Jerusalem, you see a colony of Indians with Indian curry and Indian restaurants, as I discovered during my second visit to Israel a few years ago. So you have this Jewish community in India, you grew up among them, then you land in England, you talk to a lot of people, and you begin to see snide remarks initially. As you become closer, you make more vicious, you hear more vicious remark, and I began to ask myself, where is this anti-Semitism coming from? Philo-Semitism I can understand easily, because that is easily understood. But anti-Semitism, how is it composed? What is it based on? Why is a particular community singled out and made an object, either of joke or of hatred or of whatever, but undesirable qualities? And not just began, the process didn't begin 100 years ago. The process go back to the Greeks, to the Romans, Philo the Greek and others, and you then ask yourself, why has this process gone on, changing some forms here and there, but nevertheless persistent trend? Well, Christianity accused Jews of deicide, and that's an old story. Then say, well, not only that, but the other element was added. Jews turned away the offer of Christ, who was himself a Jew. And the Middle Ages come, when Jews were asked to dress differently so that they would be easily recognized. And the process goes on and culminates, as we know, in Holocaust. And if you take this process and deconstruct it, and ask yourself how this process was formed, what elements were added to it at what stage, you begin to see a fascinating picture. And that picture is in danger of being ignored today if we are not careful. And here I want to tell how the word Holocaust came into our vocabulary and what it means. The word Holocaust is Roman, first appeared in the 3rd century, where it was used fairly widely, where it came to mean a burnt offering to God. Then it again appears in the 14th century, where it simply means burning, destroying something totally. And if you look at Holocaust, it has 3 characteristics which distinguish it from the normal forms of genocide. First of all, it is not limited to a particular group, as genocide would be. It can include, as Hitler's camps did, gays, disabled people, all sorts of gypsies and others. So Holocaust includes not any particular group, but simply a large collection of people. Secondly, it included their systematic and total annihilation. That was the goal, the systematic and total annihilation of a people. And thirdly, which is just as important, is pseudo-religious orientation. From the time of Romans, Holocaust meant you eliminate people as a kind of sacrifice to God, as a kind of undesirable element, purging a society of that undesirable element and offering it to God. So Holocaust becomes a ritual, a theology of Holocaust. And that's what makes it such a dangerous and frightening thing. And which is why the Holocaust happened only once, and you can't compare it to other elements as all different forms of Holocaust. Holocaust happened to the Jewish community, which has suffered intensely. And this is why I would say that the word Holocaust should be reserved entirely for what happened. That brings me to the next question, which is mass or systematic destruction of a people. Why would anybody want to do that? Killing individuals, I can understand. Why kill a whole people? And you want to kill a whole people, and how do you kill a whole people? If you don't like them, avoid them, ostracize them. Why do you want to kill them? And there again something interesting begins to happen. You take a group of people and you abstract away certain characteristics which you find unacceptable. In India, I saw this. I was growing up during the days of the partition of the country, and I saw Hindus butchering Muslims and Muslim blood on the streets. And I asked myself, why are Hindus so beastly to Muslims? They were tolerant of other minorities. They were tolerant of Christians, Jews, Parsis, and others, but not of Muslims. Why? And how? So you take a community, abstract certain characteristics of that community, and you refer to them not by their concrete designations, but in terms of those abstract characteristics. For example, you would say, look, I'm not disturbing you, I'm disturbing a Muslim. You don't appear to me as you in your concrete social designation. You appear to me as an abstraction, a Jew. Even here in our conversation, we talk about a Jew. And I find that offensive to talk somebody as a Jew or Hindu or whatever. This man is a human being with a certain concrete characteristics which distinguish him from others. Why are we abstracting it away and talking about him entirely in terms of those characteristics which subsume him with others so that he is seen as other Jews and you formed a group? And that group now is ready to be sent to a camp. So the first thing is, in any kind of mass killing, you abstract certain characteristics which you disapprove of, attribute and abstract away those characteristics from those individuals, and those individuals now become ready for killing. But again, they are targets, but why targets for killing? Why do you want to kill them? Avoid them, as Spanish Muslims did, send them away from the country. Why kill? And you kill them because another element comes in. You find their presence desirable, undesirable, devious, so that their very presence will contaminate your people. So you want to get rid of them. Why do you find their presence undesirable? How do you make that kind of judgment? That judgment is entirely untenable. Not just in the case of Jews, but in the case of Hindus. And this is another element that also I was able to detect, that Hindus have suffered in many ways, in the same way that the Jews have, expelled from 3 countries, from whether it is Sri Lanka, or East Africa, or Burma. They were expelled, and the description given to them was more or less the same as of Jews in certain parts of the world. Happily, they were not killed, but they were thrown out of the country, and mass stock and barrel they arrived here or elsewhere. So then abstract certain characteristics, classify them in a certain way, get rid of them. But what happens? Are all human beings like this? Can you persuade anyone to kill anybody? No. There are sensible people in any society. But how are those sensible people swept off their feet? Well, that happens because of another element, which is drip, drip, drip. The kind of prejudice you are attributing to a community, racism, is in these people in small doses has been permeating for a long time. And they are neutralized by the drip, 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 so that somebody may not be a downright patent racist, but nevertheless he would make remarks which will indicate racial discrimination. And we draw that distinction in our own language between racial discrimination and racism. So you have this peculiar scenario of a large body of people which is mildly racist, then this another layer which is rapidly racist or dehumanized, and that's where the scene is set up for mass murder or whatever. And when that scene is set up, there is nothing we can do. And that's where the problem comes in. Never again. Well, how are you going to stop something happening again? What are the mechanisms that we have developed by which we can educate them into resisting? Well, that we haven't thought through. Which is why Holocaust has occurred in Bangladesh, in China, in Uyghur Muslims and others, and it will continue to occur unless we are able to find out how to stop people from becoming victims to this kind of abstraction.
My Lords, I'm very honoured to be taking part in this debate today, and indeed to be following Lord Perret. I'm also privileged, as are we all, to have heard such powerful and moving speeches. My Lords, born a few years after the war, and only understanding in the 1960s the true horrors of the Holocaust, from the safe comfort of my suburban life in England, I rather thought that it could never happen here, and I still believe that, and that even if there was a serious rise of anti-Semitism, as we have seen since October 7th, Israel, the Jewish state, was our haven, and we could escape there. If our lives were truly threatened, Israel would come to our rescue, just as they did when they gave a home to those Jews who, after 1948, were expelled from the neighbouring Middle Eastern countries, and when they rescued hostages from Idi Amin's Entebbe in 1976, and 14,000 Ethiopian Jews in 1991. Great Britain was the country where in 1936, when Moses fascists marched in London, a combination of Jews, Protestants and Catholics, all true East Enders, stopped them in Cable Street and effectively ended fascism in Great Britain. Now, nearly 90 years on, under the guise of stopping the war in Gaza, we have seen marches openly calling for the destruction of the only democracy in the Middle East and renewing anti-Semitic tropes that we have not seen here since the days of Mosley. The marches of the 1930s resulted in the passing of the Public Order Act 1936, banning the wearing of political uniforms. My Lords, it is time for the government to renew and modernise this legislation by banning the wearing of face masks in public marches and taking action against those calling for jihad and the destruction of Israel. I hope, my Lords, the Minister, in closing, will give us some comfort today that the government will come forward with such legislation. For me, the really frightening lesson from the Holocaust is that however safe and protective a society appears to be, there is no guarantee that it could not happen again, and in places where it was thought impossible that there could be such hatred. As other noble lords have said, it is shocking that an excellent constituency MP, Mike Freer, who is not Jewish, is not seeking re-election because he fears for his safety, because of his stand against anti-Semitism and his position on Israel. The Jews in Germany, pre-1933, were a thriving community, whilst accounting for only 1% of the population. They had strong communal organisations, were well integrated into German society, regarded themselves as true German citizens, and were strongly represented in all walks of life, including medicine, law, academia, and journalism. When Hitler came to power, this ended. Over the 6 years before the war, as Noble Baroness Merron pointed out, more than 400 decrees and regulations stripped the Jewish population of their rights and property. From citizens, they became outcasts. In the Times obituary to Iska Wittenberg, reprinted on this year's Holocaust Memorial Day, it stated that Iska recalled a happy childhood in Frankfurt until 1933, when the Nazis came to power. She said, "I was profoundly disturbed by how people, friends, could change so much one day to the next." She recalled local children became hostile, spitting at her. Anti-Semitic slogans appeared on posters in the street. She was no longer allowed to see her best friend, a girl from a Christian family who lived nearby. My lords, when I was at school in the 1950s, there was no Holocaust education. Today in England, this is, of course, part of the national curriculum, and the work of the National Holocaust Trust in increasing awareness of the Holocaust, notably through their outreach programme, has been remarkable and deserves much praise. But it seems to me that more must be done. Young people particularly are not joining the dots. They learn about the Holocaust, or perhaps better still, hear about it, but somehow do not realise that calling for the destruction of Israel is anti-Semitism, that Israel was born out of the Second World War to provide protection for Jews everywhere. Why do they not see that the brutality and wickedness of October 7th is a new form of hatred which cannot be condoned and must not be ignored? My lords, already the atrocities of October 7th, when at least 1,200 people were slaughtered, many of them children, many women raped and abused, no sanctity given to the dead, seems to be forgotten, or at least no longer given prominence in news reports. Just as the BBC religiously reports in each bulletin, as though by rote, that Hamas is recognised by the UK government as a terrorist organisation, reference to the slaughter of October 7 and the hostages that remain in captivity is largely an afterthought, if mentioned at all. My lords, we must not be complacent. To assume that because the Holocaust is on the national curriculum, our children really understand not only what happened, but the risks that still exist in our modern lives, is a big error. As through time we lose the few remaining victims and witnesses of the Holocaust, it is our duty, each of us, to educate those who were born since. As Jews say every year at Passover, it is our duty to remember the Exodus from Egypt as though we were there. And similarly, the more we tell our children what happened less than 100 years ago, the greater the chance that we will learn from history how important it is to treat everyone equally and protect all our citizens and destroy the scourge of anti-Semitism. It is for that reason that I applaud the government's stand against anti-Semitism and its unbending support for a new Holocaust memorial. I know that there are a number of people, some in this House, fortunately not today, who have questioned the location of the memorial. But whilst respecting these views, it is my belief that giving the memorial such prominence by being next to our Mother of Parliaments shows to the world how important we regard remembering the Holocaust. And as to the growing anti-Semitism that so frightens us, my lords, our police must be uncompromising in their actions against those who are rising up, and our judges must in their sentencing give a clear, uncompromising message that anti-Semitic acts will not be tolerated and those guilty of such acts will be punished strongly as a strong example to others.
My lords, well, I was going to say a pleasure. It was an education as well, following on from Lord Gold's contribution. I want to congratulate Baroness Scott on a moving and a very thorough introduction to this debate. My Lords, I was born into an Orthodox Jewish family in 1942. My mother kept a kosher household. The sheer delights of a bacon sandwich didn't pass my lips for many years later. But that's another story. Our adventure playgrounds were the bomb sites created by the Luftwaffe. Probably an unintentional consequence on their part. I'm proud of my Jewish roots. I'm, as I've already confessed, a non-practising secular Jew. My maternal grandmother was born in Odessa. Many of my relatives experienced or died in pogroms and the Holocaust. My late Dutch cousin, Leo, as a 7-year-old boy, described to me how they were hidden in a room in this household, rather like the Anne Frank experience, with his mother holding her hand over his mouth to make sure that he didn't cough, as they could hear the footsteps of soldiers, Nazi soldiers, searching for them. A terrifying experience, but unlike Anne Frank, they survived. At the turn of the last century, this country was a refuge for my grandparents. But anti-Semitism, as we've already heard from Lord Gold, was rife. And it took the combined efforts of many to oppose Oswald Mosley in those famous Cable Street riots, and Lord Davidson was right in the role of trade unions and communists and many others. I have to say, I'm somewhat puzzled why, when you see the marches from Jewish people, that there isn't a trade union banner in sight, which I find a bit unfortunate to say the least. I want to pay tribute, actually, to someone, I'm glad he's back in his seat, to Lord Russell of Liverpool, the grandfather of our noble friend. Why? Well, because he was an astonishing man. Look him up on Wikipedia and you will see an amazing history. He was one of the chief judges at the Nuremberg war trials. He had a distinguished record in the First World War. I think he got a number of military crosses. He was indeed an astonishing gentleman. I knew nothing about him whatsoever until, as a very precocious reader, 15 years old, I took this book out of the library called The Scourge of the Swastika. If you haven't read it, I recommend it to you, because it educated me as a young man about the true scale, nature and horror of those atrocities. So it's an astonishing book. He also wrote another book called Knights of Bushido. That was about Japanese war crimes. And again, it educated me, it opened my eyes. It made me understand why, as a young apprentice, when I met ex-Japanese prisoners of war, and they said to me I would never buy anything made in Japan, I thought at the time, as a rather callow youth, that that was a bit extreme. Not after I'd read Knights of Bushido, it didn't. So I want to pay tribute to Lord Russell of Liverpool. We owe him a debt, because he demonstrated with those powerful testimonies the capability of men and, unfortunately, women's inhumanity when they're convinced by lies and propaganda. And in today's society, all too easily stimulated by social media. There's another book that I would recommend to people, because we were talking today about the origins of Israel, but I think a very important book written by my noble friend Lord Turnberg on the Balfour Declaration. Again, a really valuable read and historical analysis. Now, if you want to witness the power of propaganda, then I recommend a film to you. I was just going to bed one night, and as is my wont, probably shouldn't do it, I channel hop. And this black and white film came on with very strident voices, and they were German voices. And I thought, no, I've got to see what this is. And it was an astonishing film. It was called The Triumph of the Will. It was made by a very controversial but brilliant German film director by the name of Leni Riefenstahl. And when you see that film of the Nuremberg rallies, you can see the power of propaganda. Those amazing speeches by Hitler, the marches, it is just astonishing. And it's quite a long film, but again, it's educational. And if we don't learn through history, we're doomed to make those mistakes again. So the benefits of channel hopping late at night. There have been so many powerful speeches here today, and I want to pay tribute to Lord Pickles and support him in his view about the War Museum, or the Holocaust Museum. I have to pay tribute to my noble friend, Lord Dubbs. You know, to have amongst us somebody who was a result of the Kindertransport. We're privileged to have him and learn from his knowledge and experience. In 1989, I went to Israel as part of a delegation from Labour Friends of Israel. It was an historic year, 1989, when Israel withdrew from Gaza. It was an interesting delegation because one of my somebody who accompanied me was Rachel Reeves. Now, I knew nothing about Rachel Reeves until I encountered her on that delegation. And when I was telling her what I did, and then I asked her what she did, and she had rather a South London accent. When she told me she was a Bank of England economist, I had to confess that if I'd had 10 guesses at her occupation, I probably wouldn't have got it. But she's demonstrated she was a damn good Bank of England economist. But what was interesting about that trip was, obviously, we went to the Knesset, we met with Israeli politicians, we had a good tour around, we went to Tel Aviv, we went close to the borders of Lebanon. But I suppose, in a way, if I think back, probably the most important thing that happened was that we went to Ramallah and we met with Palestinian politicians at Fatah. And they were very cynical about Israel withdrawing from Gaza. And I said to them, well, I suppose if I was in your position, if I'm honest, I would be pretty cynical about Israel's motives. But I said, look, it's what you've been campaigning for. It's what you've been asking for. This is a golden opportunity. And I don't know if people remember what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened, in case you've forgotten. Well, Hamas fought with Fatah. Fought to the death, literally. They were killing each other. Israel left behind, actually, a lot of flourishing industry. It was a great opportunity for Palestinians to do something positive. An opportunity that was squandered once again. It isn't the first occasion where Palestinians have squandered opportunities. Another lesson from history. Cast your mind back to President Clinton, 1967, and the Accords, where Yasser Arafat had an opportunity, where most of the West Bank was going to be given back to Palestinians. And he didn't have the courage, and he walked away. And I can't remember the exact words, but Clinton says something like, "You'll live to regret this," and how true he was. I think I've covered that. I want to make sure that Israel has had many great leaders: Golda Meir, Moshe Dayan, and sadly Yitzhak Rabin, who was tragically assassinated. Unfortunately, like many of my noble friends and colleagues, Netanyahu is not of that calibre. And he doesn't seem to espouse a two-state solution, and I suspect if there was another election now, he wouldn't be in power. And I don't think it helps the Israeli cause with those kind of attitudes. I condemn both Islamophobia and obviously anti-Semitism. But I have to say, and I have many Muslim friends, and I pointed this out to them, that when opinion polls are conducted in the Islamic community, there is a very significant number of Holocaust deniers, a very significant number who say that 9/11 was a Jewish conspiracy. And that ought to be worrying. Now, as the noble lady Cox said, education is clearly part of the answer to this, and the work amongst interfaith communities is really, really important. But I don't think we sort of, by pretending that those attitudes don't exist, that somehow we make it, we make it go away. Now, support for Palestinians, unfortunately, as we've heard so many times today, can drift into anti-Semitism. And I felt utterly ashamed of the Labour Party and it was perhaps one of the few occasions where I felt like I wanted to leave the party because of the evident anti-Semitism during Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the party. And I have to praise Keir Starmer for unequivocally acting on the recommendation of the Equality and Human Rights Committee on the evident anti-Semitism in the party, which again Jeremy Corbyn said was exaggerated, and we suspended him. So that action by Keir Starmer, I feel, has gone a long way to remove the stain of anti-Semitism within the Labour Party. I'm conscious of the time, and I want to end on a positive note. Well, I will when I can find it. Yep. Right. I'm like many people. I always read the obituaries. I'm a Times reader, and I always read the obituaries. You know, the old joke goes, just to check that you're not in there. But I read one the other day, which was an astonishing story, and I recommend it to Lords. It's the obituary of a woman who was a Holocaust survivor called Iska Wittenberg, and what an astonishing woman she was. Absolutely amazing. You know, it was. Some of it, I must quote it to you, because this is. They were in Germany before, and she says this, and because I could not comprehend how our good German friends could become our enemies. Well, we know it can happen, don't we? We watched it happen in former Yugoslavia when people who lived together started to kill each other. I felt a need to understand more about human nature, and this eventually led to psychoanalysis, she said. So it was a career in psychotherapy in the NHS and private practice. In psychotherapy, she said, we know that all people have two sides to them, one loving, one cruel or indifferent. The interest in the struggle between good and evil within individuals could be traced back to her upbringing as a daughter of a rabbi. I mean, I can't go on, I could. It's such an amazing story of a life of somebody who made so much, a survivor who gave so much to our society and demonstrates how we benefit. I also wanted to pay tribute to Baroness Anderson for a very moving story that she told. I didn't know much about her heritage, but the story that she told I thought was a wonderful story, and I want to have a look at some of those papers if she'll let me. I was reflecting on what could we ask government to do, and I think you're doing a lot. So I don't say this in any, but I do think that. Education, as Baroness Cox said, is important. The ability of teachers to discuss this, that not. I mean, we're having an interesting situation in the Michaela Community School recently, which is a secular school where over a third of the people are Muslims, and they're voluntarily. There's an interesting judicial challenge going on there for the right to run a secular school. But I do think the Noble Lord Gold had a point when he talked about the banning of masks in demonstrations. It is an attempt to evade our identity. Well, as I said, I want to end on a positive note. Yes, it is worrying, but I still believe that we live in a multi-faith, multicultural, and non-faith society, where the majority, and I stress that the majority, do want to live at peace and harmony with each other, and they recognise the contribution that different religions, different faiths and non-faiths have in making this still a great country and a great society. And I feel very privileged to have taken part in this debate.
I appreciate being able to speak in this gap. I'm the second generation born in this country as the pogroms which took place in Russia in the 1880s. And my grandmother managed to get to this country, and it was very important. And this country is something ever since, as far as I'm concerned, it's been an absolutely honour that we were allowed to live here in freedom, which we've never been allowed to before. I happen to be one of those people who have no interest at all of living in Israel. This is my home. I will help Israel as much as I can all my life, but this is my home. I wanted to say I served my national service in Egypt in 1993. I went out, and I went by Cyprus, and I got to Israel for the very first time. And it was an extraordinary time to be in Israel. Anyway, further to that, I then got heavily involved for 35 years later on in every single negotiation of how we can bring peace in Israel. I've always believed in the two-state approach. But in the earlier days, of course, before everything was occupied in different areas. But I do remember one thing which I will never forget. I went to an exhibition in Israel, and there were some blind children being taken around to see or to view and hear what happened in the genocide for the Holocaust. And they were given their hands to touch the light shades, which were made of human skin. That brought the reality back. Now let's come to what happened on the very 1st of October, which more and more people seem to want to try to forget. I happen to be a human being, I like to think. I don't want any innocent human being, woman, child, in any format, being killed. I won't use the word unnecessary. It just is not right if it can be. And what's happening in Israel, sadly, has caused a huge dilemma of how to proceed. But you must remember, after the 1st of October, that was all planned in war, and it was active where I was to a degree in the Canal Zone. In war, atrocities and things sometimes do happen. But to actually plan 4 years ahead, cold-bloodedly, exactly how you were going to do it, this is something totally different to anything else I've ever come across. And if I may say, social media has played a shocking role in this, and the media itself has done it, as we all know. I wanted to come to just two other parts, if I may. First of all, in our own Moses room here, Rose's room, there you see holding the pallets, and So we have it in our own house as to what it stands for. And the only mistake I think was made when Moses moved off was he turned right instead of left, because otherwise we'd have got the oil, but we didn't. I want to finish up by saying on 2 points. Victoria Gardens, I disagree. I have, and many of you, as you know, have done that over many years ago. We don't need monuments of any kind whatsoever. I don't mind something small if you want, but in practice it's ideas. Now the final thing I wanted to ask the minister, if I might, and that is, everything is about education. Jesus was a rabbi. Rabbi means teacher. The laws for education, which have been talked about by several people in this country, in this debate today, call it a debate, which is not. And that is, I checked it up several years ago. Most state schools and others do not carry out what is the law, the natural fact they must talk and teach about the Holocaust. Must, and they don't. So I beg of the minister to actually get the Ministry of Education and others involved to do what is right and proper. That is our only forward chance. Thank you.
My Lords, with the indulgence of the House, I will make one brief contribution. I didn't intend to speak today. I came along as a matter of respect and to listen. And I'm glad I did, because I found some of the speeches quite incredible, not least, of course, Lord Dubb's speech, which in 40 years in Parliament, or thereabouts, I have rarely heard a more moving contribution, and I am proud to call him a colleague and a friend, Alf. I have only one point to make, and it is this. The magnitude of the horror of the Holocaust is such that we, of necessity, constrain it within certain limits of place and of time. In place, Germany under the Nazis, and in time of the period between 1933 and 1945. I understand why we do that, but it is extremely misleading. In terms of time, we can go back 1,000 years in European history. And certainly it had stages. The Jews were excluded, and then they were ghettoized, and then they were forcibly converted, and then they were prescribed, and then they were annihilated. The Holocaust was the natural outcome of the seeds of 1,000 years of European, dare I say it, Christian conduct. Baroness Smith mentioned the Catholic Church. I don't think Martin Luther and the Protestants were very keen on the Jews either. It was a Christian phenomena, and one which we should face up to. And of course it culminated in the writings at the end of the 19th century of Joseph Chamberlain, and the Dreyfus affair, and the caricature of Jewish Bolshevism, which enabled people to go for communists and Jews at the same time, and the terrible outcome of the Holocaust. But it was a long period before 1933 or before 1921, when the Nazis adopted their original program. Secondly, the Holocaust was not confined to concentration camps and death camps. Less than half of the people who died in concentration camps and death camps. And it was not confined to Germany or Poland. In Hungary, in Ukraine, in Latvia, Estonia, in Western Europe, in France. Thank God, not in Britain. So yes, the Nazis gave license, but they did not order each and every execution. It sprung from the history of European civilization and Christianity, and when it was unleashed by the Nazis, all sorts of people were involved in annihilating the Jews. Why do I mention those two aspects? Because if we truly want to learn the lessons, we should not confine it mentally to one nation, one area, and one epoch, and recognize that even today it is ubiquitous. It is there in the politics we see, on the rabid right-wing nationalism which will turn on the Jews because they are not of this country, of the rabid left wing who equate monopoly capitalism with the Jewish financiers. And we've seen how insidious that can creep into our own party on this side of the House. So if we truly want to learn the lessons in order to combat it, it is uncomfortable, but we better recognise the length of anti-Semitism and the ubiquitous nature of anti-Semitism. That is the task that faces us, and it is widespread and it is long-lasting, and I've no doubt that it will continue to be so. So all of us have a responsibility to counter it wherever it occurs and whenever it occurs.
Yeah. My lords, if I felt nervous at being a Jew, I feel doubly nervous after the worthy comments from Lord Reid. They are very pertinent. I must first of all declare some of my interests before I speak. I am President of the Liberal Democrat Friends of Israel. I'm a Vice President of the Jewish Leadership Council, and there's another long list which I won't bore you with. I feel privileged to be part of this debate, although it seems to have taken a long time to get to the winding up speeches. The speeches have been absolutely splendid. Very moving speeches. It's hard to pick on them all, on every single one of them. Lord Dubs must be one because his memories of the Kindertransport and actually having lived through it are very, very pertinent. And I'm also extremely grateful for those that have come along to support and to speak who are not Jewish. Because as Lord Reid so rightly said, this affects so many people. And it's nice to know that there are other people other than Jews who feel as strongly as I do about this. My lords, let us be clear, all genocides are terrible. Every genocide is terrible. Why is the Holocaust at times singled out? In my view, it is just a genocide. But it was industrial killing. It wasn't just going off and killing people. It was having people going into chambers in order to be gassed and killed. And that is why the Holocaust is so different, and it's referred to by my noble friend Baroness Ludford. Holocaust Memorial Day is necessary that people remember and learn from the past horrific events. For most people, this is events which they at best read about or perhaps see in a film about those horrors. We have heard some more personalised views this morning. In 2023, a number of Holocaust survivors passed away. These were eyewitnesses able to share their experiences, such as has been mentioned, the remarkable Sir Ben Helfgott, a survivor, mentioned by Baroness Scott and by Baroness Brinton. The works of the Holocaust organisations, the Trust, the Educational Trust, the Memorial Day Trust, are to be highly commended. My lords, sadly, I'm of an age I don't always admit, where the Holocaust is more personal to me. My late mother and her 5 brothers were part of the 70,000 refugees from Nazi persecution who came to the UK before the war, before the Second World War, in between the wars. Her mother, my maternal grandmother, and an aunt and her family were alive at the end of the war, as far as we know, 1944. In 1945, they disappeared, completely without trace. And when it was mentioned earlier that it wasn't only the people in the camps who were killed, there were people who were alive during the war and at the end of the war who then never happened again. They lived in the small village of Srensk in Poland, and is it a wonder, my lords, that Jews like me say, and I say the words mentioned so many times during this debate, never again shall that happen. And is it a wonder, my lords, that Jews in Israel, the only state with a Jewish majority, have built into their psyche that they won't wait and accept that they should stand in line for the gas chambers? And that, to my mind, explains the Israeli reactions to the horrendous Hamas murders and abductions on October the 7th, referred to by Baroness Scott and their relationship with the Holocaust. These were peaceful Israelis and their friends, almost all civilians, attacked in their homes by murderers and murdered and mutilated. There were 1,200 approximately in the kibbutzim and at a music festival, killed and mutilated, actually 1,200 killed. Over 200 hostages taken, some now dead, some alive and almost forgotten. A few days ago, I met with some families of Holocaust survivors, always very, very sad and worrying. But the one that really affected me was one young woman in her early 20s who was present at the music festival in Israel on October the 7th. And when the murderous Hamas came and killed these innocent music goers at this music festival, she found herself underneath a whole heap of dead people. Underneath the dead people. And she only survived because she was lying underneath this pile of dead people. How traumatizing can that be? And can one wonder at Israel's response to these horrors? No country could do nothing. No country could do nothing. In my view, when Hamas attacked, it knew it would get an armed response, and it welcomed that armed response, leading to untold suffering upon the people of Gaza. But the people of Gaza were suffering under Hamas control, and they still suffer, and they will suffer while Hamas is there. Aid and building materials were misappropriated to build miles and miles of sophisticated tunnels. Have you seen those tunnels? It makes the London Underground look antiquated. But what could have happened? All these monies spent on these underground tunnels, these could have been spent on making Gaza a sophisticated Singapore of the Middle East. It's got a seaboard. It could have water produced from seawater. It could have all sorts of things happening. But what happened? The money that went to Gaza was taken to build sophisticated tunnels in order to kill Jews. But some of the comments that are made, it's hard to pick them all out. But Lord Pickles talked about students and how they're affected, and that really must, and Lord Austin as well. It affects so many people, and what worries, as has been mentioned by other noble lords, are the denials that some of these things didn't really happen. There's this modern view, which President Trump is an exponent of, called fake news. I had one the other day, and there were many, but this one particularly worried me. I saw reposted a picture of Israelis throwing people into a pit, killing them in a pit. I looked at it and said, but they're speaking Arabic. And they were not wearing Israeli uniforms. I looked it up and found it was actually Syrians killing other people and throwing them in the pit. But this was out in the media as an Israeli terror. And there's so much of this. Baroness Anderson very movingly spoke about family and other genocides. And when you talk about people's stories, it really does resonate. Lord Pollack was very moving. I saw the young man going off, and I'm sure he was. He'll talk for ages about his words being spoken in the House of Lords. Lord Pollack spoke about the late Lord Sachs. Jonathan and Elaine Sachs were, and she is, lifelong friends of my wife and myself. They lived very near us. We were very, very friendly. And his words would have been very resonant if he'd been here. He had the most marvellous turn of phrase. I only mention him because you know how memories are stirred. One of the memories are stirred. Here we are on a Friday having a debate about the Holocaust or Israel and the Jewish community and others. I remember another debate on a Friday which Lord Sachs, it was the Archbishop of Canterbury's debate, and Lord Sachs wanted to speak at it. And he had a problem because the companion says you've got to begin at the beginning and you've got to be there at the end. And I remember him telling me that he had special dispensation from the Archbishop to actually leave before the beginning of Shabbat. And yes, Lord Pollack. Look, it's 4:46 today, so you've still got a bit. You've still got a bit of time. Lord Bilimoria spoke as a Zoroastrian, and I must admit, I found it good to find there was a minority smaller than the one I belonged to. My noble friend Baroness Smith spoke as a Catholic and a Catholic view, and made the real good point about other genocides. And this, we have to remember that the Holocaust was special, but all genocides are special in that people are killed. People talk about the future and what can happen in Israel and in Gaza and in the West Bank. What worries me is some years ago I had coffee in London with a member of Fatah, the opposition to Hamas, Fatah being the ruling part of the Palestinian Authority. And I asked this member of Fatah what I, as someone who's always known as trying to find a compromise, what could I encourage the UK government to provide for Hamas that they wanted in order that they can be part of a peaceful solution to the Middle East? And this member of Fatah said to me, Lord Palmer, they only want two things. I said, what are the two things? The two things are the killing of Jews and the removal of Israel from the map. And how do you deal with that? I think it was Lord Pickles who mentioned the marches and the hate that comes from them. I won't go over all the points that indeed other members of Lord Pickles made very clearly. But the one that really gets me on the marches, because let's say a number of people are going there because they are worried about Palestinians. I understand that. But the idea that you can scream out from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. They haven't the foggiest idea, or maybe they have, that from the river to the sea, which is, if you don't know, the Jordans of the Mediterranean, and there was a video, I'm not sure if it was a spoof or not, in America, in Utah, asking people, so which river was it, and they got the wrong river, which sea was it, they got the wrong sea. The point is, from the river to the sea, this chant that goes along on the marches means the complete removal of the state of Israel. And perhaps people should remember that. So my lords, back to the Holocaust Memorial Day, which we're talking about today. A day set aside to remember 6 million Jewish men, women and children murdered by the Nazis and collaborators, not to forget the killing of Roma, gays, disabled and political opponents. My lords, this has been for me, a very stimulating debate. I'm glad that it was had, and I hope it will be repeated in the future. And I would like to congratulate all those all around the House who have stimulated so much discussion today. Shalom.
My Lords, I've commented before about the absolute privilege of listening to debates in your Lordship's House, but today's debate has been even more extraordinary in hearing the testimony of so many noble lords with deep, passionate and personal commitment to Holocaust Memorial Day. The incredible personal testaments and witness have been both emotional and deeply meaningful. Can I thank the Minister, the Noble Baroness, the Minister, Baroness Scott, for leading this debate today and for her compassion and commitment, which were very clear from her opening remarks. And thank all noble lords who have spoken so powerfully. And it's always invidious to single people out, but I don't care about that. I'm going to do it anyway. My noble friend, the wonderful Lord Dubbs, I thank him for his remarkable testament, his remarkable life, and we all love him, and we are so grateful he's here. And thank you to Nicky Winton for saving him so that he could be here with us today. It's such a privilege to be in this house with him. And I thank Nicky Winton, and I thank the ancestors of my inspirational noble friend Baroness Anderson for fleeing to this country so she can be with us today. And I thank her for her vivid reflections on her visit to Israel. And I'd also like to mention my noble friend Baroness Merrin for her outstanding work with the Jewish community that she's done over so many years, and for making us so proud when she represented the Jewish community at the King's coronation recently. Such horror as we saw in the Nazi massacre of a generation of European Jews and the genocides that have followed in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur, they can feel beyond the capacity, the limited capacity of the only words we have to express them. But the weight of history demands that we do what we can to recognise so many precious lives lost. Remember them, and as others have said, their potential so devastatingly cut short. And at the heart of our remembrance is our commitment to strive always to act on the lessons learned. And yet, my lords, we hear again of the dreadful anti-Semitism after the 7th of October, and we witness on our streets the horrors of anti-Semitism, including horrible scenes on television, like the pictures of hostages that have been posted by their friends and relatives being torn down from hoardings in London just a few weeks ago. As I was growing up in the 50s and 60s, the long shadow of the Second World War was ever present and real for my parents and grandparents. The trauma they had been through and the long, painful legacy that war leaves for those affected by it were ever present. My family is not Jewish, but our roots are in the East End of London, where there was a significant Jewish community whom they worked and lived alongside, as referred to by the Noble Lord Gold. As news emerged both during and after the war of the horrors of the Nazi Holocaust, it was felt deeply, even by those whose families weren't directly impacted, and the heartbreak for the families and those who had managed to escape to this country was incalculable and unimaginable. Our parents and grandparents made sure we understood that while we could never feel the depth of pain of the Jewish community, we have an absolute duty and responsibility to educate ourselves about what had happened, to learn the lesson from it and pass them on to future generations. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, the Noble Lord Stevens, referred to that responsibility of those of us who are not Jewish. All across the country now there are services and events to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. And I worked with our small liberal Jewish community in Stevenage to initiate ours around 13 years ago now. We are blessed to have in our community the formidable Lady Gillian and Terry Wolfe, who have supported us, led by their wonderful rabbi, Danny Rich, and lay reader Linda Pace. And I would like to say a huge thank you and pay tribute, as others have, to the Holocaust Education Trust and the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, who provide such enormous support nationally for this type of civic engagement, as well as many of their other activities. On Monday night in Stevenage, our moving and emotional Holocaust Memorial Day event heard extremely powerful testimonies from the charity Generation to Generation. As many of the survivors and witnesses are now reaching an age when the demands of travelling and speaking become too much, Generation to Generation are supporting them to pass the baton to their children and grandchildren. I know that the Noble Baroness Ludford mentioned the grandson of Lily Eberts, and these people are doing similar witness. Our first witness that evening was Anita Peleg, the chair of Generation to Generation, on behalf of her mother, Naomi Blake. Using her mother's photographs and audio recordings of her mother telling her own story, we heard that Naomi, then Zizi Durm, was born in 1924 in Mukachevo, Czechoslovakia, to a large Jewish family within a thriving Jewish population. Naomi's settled life changed from one day to the next in 1944 as the German-backed Hungarian regime took over, and she, all her family, friends and neighbours in Mukachevo were marched into a ghetto. By 1944, all the Jews had fled or been deported. Naomi's words are a sharp echo of the theme for this year's Holocaust Memorial Day, the fragility of freedom. She said, "One feels one has nice neighbours, reliable neighbours, but that can all change in a moment." Other noble lords have referred to the conditions that were imposed, and they were imposed in Hungary as well. Jews only allowed to walk in the road. Jews cannot leave home after dark. Jews forbidden to meet in groups. Jews forbidden to study. Jewish men to be taken to forced labour camp. Jews not allowed to own businesses. Things went from bad to worse for Naomi and her family, as in April 1944 they were taken 5 kilometres out of town and then in cattle trucks to Auschwitz. She was then moved to Stutthof concentration camp, where prisoners were subject to awful punishments, including being made to stand in scorching sun for hours with no protection. Naomi was then moved to Braunau concentration camp, where she and her sister worked in a munitions factory. Here the women workers at least were able to retaliate a little, as they passed on the skills involved in sabotaging the bombs they were assembling for the Nazis and ensuring that they would never work. We have heard about starvation being used as a weapon to keep prisoners in order, and in those camps with food so scarce, understandably, it became unbelievably precious to them. One prisoner had a battered picture of bread from her family's bakery that she would look at in bed to imagine herself back in a time when there was plenty. Those women promised each other that when they were free, they would always carry bread with them, a promise which Anita told us her mother always kept. In 1945, Naomi managed to flee into the woods from the notorious Death March with some of her fellow women prisoners. Unfortunately, although they remained free, the liberating Russian soldiers that they met subjected them to further physical and sexual abuse. Naomi returned to Mukachevo in July 1945 to find that her home was in ruins and 17 family members, including 10 young nieces and nephews, had been murdered. Naomi eventually came to this country, went to Hornsey Art School and followed her career as a successful artist. As her daughter told us, being able to pour her feelings about what had happened into her work was something she always felt had helped. This quote from Naomi will stay with me forever. "To survive is not just to snatch a little more bread for yourself, but to help others. That's what makes you stronger." Our second testimony was from Mariana Butchko, supported by Peter Dawson. Mariana is a young woman refugee from the current war in Ukraine, and Peter is her host. She told us about the pain of having to leave her husband there as he's fighting in the war, and of leaving Ukraine with the pain of having lost so many family members and friends who have lost their lives at the hand of Putin's murderous invasion. In spite of her own very immediate and present distress, Mariana wanted to tell us the life story of a long-lived Jewish survivor of the Holocaust and about the Ukrainian city of Berdichev, the Jewish capital of Ukraine. Here are Mariana's words. My story was about Moishe Winchelbaum from the city of Berdichev in Ukraine. Berdichev is the unofficial Jewish capital of Ukraine, and during the Second World War, up to 40,000 Jews were killed in this place alone. Moishe is the only survivor from the entire large family. He is 96 years old, and before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, he still lived in Berdichev. Today, I don't know where he is. I need to know where he is and whether he is still alive. To have survived the Holocaust, and then in your 90th decade, to be living with the daily reality of the horrific Russian bombardment of your country, is beyond comprehension. Mariana's courage was tangible that evening, and then Peter Dawson, her host, played for us a haunting Ukrainian folk song on his cello. The fragility of our freedom brought to life in the words and music of survivors and their witnesses. An evening of powerful and emotional commemoration, which those who were present will never forget. When we contemplate the fragility of freedom, we must be vigilant to the climate in which genocide takes place. It starts with instability and insecurity, whispers and shouts of blame and hate speech that the fault lies with a particular group or groups, and then come the restrictions of that group's freedom and rights. Then it develops into segregation, separation, violence, and the degradation of people, so powerfully referred to by my noble friend Baroness Anderson, not because of who they are, but because of what they are, shaped by a twisted ideology which creates others of our fellow humans, our brothers and sisters. It is a present and living danger as we sit here today, and as the noble Lord Stevens said, appeasing evil acts does not assuage that at all. The noble Lord Young mentioned this, and I don't want to shy away from the stain of anti-Semitism that has so recently infected my party. I love the Labour Party. I've been a member for nearly 40 years, but this was a very dark time in our history. And I want to praise the courage of a number of my noble friends and friends in the other place who both suffered during this time, but also stood up against what they saw. And to my party leader, Sir Keir Starmer, who has rooted out the anti-Semitism and its perpetrators and transformed our party to be the home it absolutely should be for our Jewish members. Of course, we always have more to do, but the journey is well and truly underway. As we watch our fragile world and its freedoms become engulfed in tensions and hate, we must have the courage to speak out against that wherever we see it. The courage comes from learning the lessons, listening to the witness, keeping the memory of dark times so we guard against them. And it is ever more important, as so many laws have said, as we reflect on the shocking events of October the 7th and the subsequent conflict in Israel and Gaza. A national Holocaust Memorial, situated in the heart of our capital city, adjacent to the Mother of Parliaments, will be a powerful daily reminder to our decision makers in this country and the millions of visitors who come to London every year that we take that responsibility seriously. I know there are different views across the House on this subject, and it is absolutely right the whole matter is properly debated as in Parliament as well as through the planning process. But I feel the responsibility that my parents and grandparents felt, that we must create the means to carry the lessons down from generations to generation, and a lasting Holocaust memorial in this place so respected, so valued and so revered as a symbol of democracy and freedom would be such a powerful symbol of our commitment and our intent. Yeah. And I would also agree with the Noble Lord Dubbs, the Noble Lord Pickles and Noble Baroness Anderson that if we can bring that German exhibition here to London, possibly even to Parliament, that would be a wonderful step forward. More than ever, there is a need to educate our young people about the history of the Holocaust, about the nature and reality of anti-Semitism and all hate crime. They are bombarded daily with internet images, some reflecting at best unreliable historical information and at worst fearful disinformation and denial. With the Community Security Trust recording over 2,098 incidents of hate crime in the 2 months between October and December last year, the highest since record began, and other hate crimes rising as people respond to divisive rhetoric by turning against their neighbours and communities, and everyone starts to feel uncomfortable divisions. In Stevenage, we share our Holocaust education endeavour with our schools, and children can often be remarkably insightful as they learn. So I'm going to share with you a poem written by a primary school child at the Lee School in Stevenage. The Noble Baroness Smith referred to Anne Frank, and this is about the 7-year-old's reflections on Anne Frank. Anne Frank, how lonely you must be. Anne Frank, stuck in your diary. Diary called Kitty as a birthday present for you. Trapped in a room with 7 other people. Oh, how cramped it must be. Quiet, silent all the time. Oh, how boring. Just let out the feelings. Oh, Anne Frank, rest in peace. My lords, we cannot change the history that lies behind us, but we can shape the history that stretches ahead. The best commemoration we can offer to the victims of genocide, the 6 million Jews, the Roma and Sinti, the Slavs, the homosexuals, the trade unionists, the disabled people murdered by the Nazis, the victims of genocide in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur, is to do all we can to shape a future of a tolerant, equal, generous and caring country where, to use Naomi Blake's words, helping others is what makes us stronger. Yeah.
My lords, we've been over 3 hours and 4 hours, I think, and I don't know quite if I can do justice to everything that has been said. Thank you. It was an amazing debate, one that I will never forget. I think I want to say a really personal thank you to those people that have spoken today, who is in their, they are either in their family history or their heritage, that it is that Holocaust is so much more important. We, like me, who has not got that in my heritage or my family history, cannot imagine what it is like. And I thank you for actually saying what you feel today. That, I think, was the powerful part of this debate. So to Lord Dubbs, who is just a hero. He's, I have to say, he's one of mine, even from that side. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for what you continue to do. You couldn't be more welcome. You couldn't have been more welcome as a child into this country. And thank you what everything you've done for us. To Baroness Anderson, I don't know what to say. The testimonies that you brought to us, particularly the testimonies of the young people that were at that festival, I think none of us should ever forget. And we should remember when some of the things, particularly in the media, are being said about the Jewish people in Israel today. To Lord Austin of Dudley, yes, you have differing views from some of us, but thank you for what you said. To Lord Pollock, speaking on the behalf of Sammy Barnett, I cannot say thank you to Sammy, but I can do through Lord Pollock. I think the bravery of a young man to tell his story when he's perhaps doesn't feel very brave and feels out of his depth somewhere is amazing, and I think he is exceptionally brave to be able to tell that story. So thank you for that. And I also, to Lord Pollock, I'm so sorry that in this country that your children, grandchildren, feel they are unable, to go to school or even questioning it. That is not what we want in this country. Baroness Altman, who I've heard many times talking about her private family history, thank you for reminding us that actually we can still have hope in this. We might not think so at this time, particularly after October the 7th, but we still have messages of hope out there. Baroness Merrin said, sometimes you feel helpless. I think in this place we should not be feeling helpless. I think in this place we are really lucky. We can speak up as we have done today, and we can bear witness to everything that's happened on October the 7th, and we can keep talking about it and keeping moving forward and keeping on top of it. So I don't think we should feel helpless, and I don't want you to feel helpless, because I think we're lucky, and I think it is important that people in a place like of I hate to use power, but influence that we are in, that we should be talking all the time about things like this. Thank you, Lord Gold. Thank you also to Lord Young of Norwood Green, Lord Stirling and Lord Palmer of Charles Hill. Thank you for all your testimonies. They've all made a difference today, and there are things that I think all of us in this chamber will not forget. I also want to say a special thank you to my noble friend Lord Pickles. Lord Pickles seems to be everywhere that I am when we're talking about the Jewish faith, the Jewish community. And I know that it's in his heart. He says, never again will only be ever listened to if it gets into our hearts. I know it's already in his heart, and I know he's continual, and he'll continue to work to ensure that it is. I can't answer everything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read it, the whole debate, and I will send a letter out and leave one in the library. But there were a couple of themes that came out, which I found very strong. The first one was that this didn't start at the Holocaust. This didn't start with World War II. This started with politics and people and debates probably like this. But not of the same, not going in the right direction. And then the propaganda that we heard of in Nuremberg, and I think that's the bit that is important for us as we move forward to take more notice of and to look more into, rather than just what happened in World War II. And I'm sure that Lord Pickles will take that forward, and he probably already is, because I think for the whole world it is important that these things don't start slowly and that we nip them in the bud and we catch them, because we can see them leading to something dreadful again. And Baroness Altman also brought that up, and so did Lord Singh and Lord Parakat. We have to learn the lessons, not just of the Holocaust, but of how we got there in the first place. And many lords, noble lords mentioned that actually it wasn't in the last century, but actually it was before that, and we need to look at that, I think, as communities of the world. The second thing I think that came out very strongly for me, it came out from Lord Billamore, Lord Young of Norwood Green, Baroness Fox, Baroness Smith, and Lord Gold. This was all about education. And I think then we go back to thanking the Holocaust Education Trust and others, and I'm going to speak a little bit more about those in a minute, for all that they do. But we have to support them. We have to keep the language going. We have to keep the stories going, because as people die, and thank you, Baroness Taylor, for those two wonderful stories from Naomi and from Mariana, because those stories you will remember and you will repeat. But Naomi's gone, I think Mariana's gone, so you know, we need to, all the Holocaust survivors that I get so much knowledge from, they are getting very and increasingly old. And that is why I said we want to get the Holocaust Memorial built, because I want some of those survivors to still be there. But thank you for those testimonies. They are so powerful. I've probably forgotten all sorts of people, and I'm really sorry. There's a couple of things that I want to answer, particularly to Lord Austin. He asked about he challenged us, quite rightly, on the fact that Holocaust Memorial Day is moved out to other genocides. The Holocaust Memorial Trust did that. They wanted that. But some places where they celebrate or commemorate rather the Holocaust don't use other genocides. I think it's up to those particular people what they do. But there is actually a United Nations International Day of Commemoration and of Dignity for Victims of Crimes of Genocide, and that's actually on the 9th of December. Maybe in this house we should remember that. I'm going to stop there because I am conscious of the time, but I will, as I say, go through the whole debate and see if I can answer any other specific points. But I just wanted to say, my lords, building on the importance of education, I thank you on their behalf for the many, many tributes this morning to the Holocaust Education Trust and the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, and the important work that they do, and the importance of us supporting them to do that work, to raise the awareness and the understanding, especially among young people. The work they do is impressive and it's invaluable. And if any of you haven't seen some of that work, I would suggest you talk to them. Some of the stuff they're doing in prisons, particularly, is very, very interesting. But, my lords, I just wanted to, there are some other people in this country that are doing wonderful things, and I don't think they're ever mentioned in these debates. And I just wanted to bring a few of those up if you've just got another few minutes. We're greatly blessed by these institutions dedicated to broadly similar aims. The Holocaust Memorial Day provides a fitting moment to reflect on the work I think that these institutions do. The one I'd first like to mention is the wonderful work done by the Weiner Holocaust Library, founded by Dr. Alfred Weiner. He was looking at Holocaust well before the Second World War. I think we can learn from that. It's one of the world's leading and most extensive archives of the Holocaust and the Nazi era, and the story of how the library came into existence and how it came to London. I expect it's well known from noble lords, but if you don't, I'm sure Lord Dubs does, but if you don't, then I suggest you look it up, because it, again, is another inspirational story. And just before Holocaust Memorial Day, Her Majesty the Queen became the first royal patron of the Anne Frank Trust UK. The Trust uses, as we've heard, Anne Frank's tragic story to teach about where anti-Semitism and prejudice can lead if it's not challenged. And I think, again, listening to Baroness Taylor of Stevenage, even young children can get close to Anne Frank's story when maybe Holocaust is too big for them at that age to understand. There are many wonderful institutions as well outside London helping to people across the country to have access to powerful and effective educational opportunities. The National Holocaust Centre and Museum in Newark. Nottinghamshire is a genuinely inspirational place, which I expect many noble lords have already been for themselves, but if they haven't, I do urge you to go. The centre was a brainchild of Stephen and James Smith, along with their mother Mariana, who in 1991 visited Israel's National Holocaust Memorial and wanted to bring something back. The Holocaust Centre of the North in Huddersfield is another valuable and important institution. The success of that centre is testimony to the work of the Holocaust Survivors Friendship Association and the late Lillian Black, may her memory be a blessing. And many of the friends of the HSFA. And in 2023, Holocaust Centre North was awarded the first King's Award for voluntary service in recognition of the involvement of survivors, members of the second and third generation, as well as friends and allies in various aspects of their work. Heading across now to the northwest of England, we see the Lake District Holocaust Project. This is an interesting project that I'm sure Lord Dubbs knows about, that was established in 2013 to remember 300 Jewish orphans who were sent to the Lake District to recuperate after the war. In June 1945, the Home Office gave permission for 1,000 Jewish orphans aged 8 to 16 to be brought back to the UK for recuperation. In the end, 732 of them made the journey, with 300 of those arriving in the Lake District. These children had been discovered in notorious ghetto camps near Prague, but many had been used as slave labour in many camps across Nazi-occupied Europe for many years. And many of the boys went on to lead really successful lives. The most successful was the late Sir Ben Helfgott. May his memory also be a blessing, my lords, who was the forefront of campaigns to introduce Holocaust education and remembrance. There are many much smaller projects, and I'd like to mention one in particular, and that's Learning from the Righteous, which is a Holocaust education charity which promotes dialogue and understanding to tackle racism and discrimination through learning about stories of resistance and rescue during the Holocaust. These are just a small sample of what's going across this country, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning them because they don't get mentioned very often. And I want to thank them all in Hansard for their very, very important work, and we will need to keep supporting them in order for them to continue to educate our country. I want to end, though, and I'd like my final words today to focus on Holocaust survivors and the survivors of subsequent genocides. I've had the honour to hear testimony, as many of you have, from survivors from the Holocaust from Cambodia and Srebrenica and Rwanda. I think we can all agree that listening to the survivors of the Holocaust and survivors from subsequent genocides has a profound effect on us. This year, Janine Weber shared her experiences at the Department of Levelling Up Holocaust Memorial Day event. Janine was born in Lwów in Poland, now Lviv in Ukraine, in 1932. Janine shared her story and that of her family, how she survived the Lwów ghetto, how her uncle found a Polish farmer willing to hide her, which was just the start of a further ordeal. We heard about her struggle through many years to survive, and how eventually, after the war, she made her way to Paris and then to London in 1956. This was all while she was a schoolgirl. Very, very brave. Janine still lives in London, and she regularly shares her testimony with schools. And at this year's Holocaust Memorial ceremony at the Guildhall, we heard testimony from Marla Trebek, MBE, sister of the late Sir Ben, Ivor Pearl, BEM, and Vera Schufeld, MBE, and also from Antoinette Mutabazi, a survivor of the Rwandan genocide against the Tutsi. It is our duty to ensure that their testimony, my lords, is never forgotten. And in the words of the Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Elie Wiesel, he said, "I believe firmly and profoundly that whoever listens to a witness becomes a witness. So those who hear us, those who read us, must continue to bear witness for us. Until now, they're doing it with us. At a certain point in time, they will do it for all of us." I beg to move, my lords.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. Contrary not content. The contents have it.
My lords, I beg to move the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.